In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
I want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for some of your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
How's that? How's that? How's that? Fuck you where you breathe, okay? Don't tell me what the fuck.
This is Ryan Caparese, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. 2020 was a year unlike any other for everybody. Quickly, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs came to the realization that baseball must take a backseat to humanity. Immediately, the Blue Crabs staff and all of Crustacean Nation teamed together to provide COVID-19 tests and eventually vaccinations. Southern Maryland's hometown team also hosted food drives, blood drives, backpack drives, toy drives, and so much more, all to help their community. The Blue Crabs couldn't be more thankful to the healthcare heroes that have gotten us to this point and helped our community so much throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why this season is dedicated to our healthcare heroes. Each Saturday night, we will have a healthcare hero, a local healthcare professional, throw out the first pitch of the game and be honored. That's why in 2021, all season long, healthcare professionals get $5 tickets to every single Blue Crabs game. Thank you so much, healthcare heroes, for all that you have, are, and will continue to do for our community. Hello and welcome inside Regency Furniture Stadium. Andrew Banstra alongside Stevie Bowen as we take you through Game 3 of a 4-game series between your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the visiting York Revolution. Stevie, the Crabs are steaming hot right now. It's a good time to be a member of Crustacean Nation. After starting the season with a 4-11 record, your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have done the unbelievable, won 9 of their last 11, and are now just a half game back of first place.
Yeah, you know, a season that started off pretty slow for the Blue Crabs. We talked about it before last games. They went on that home stretch with a 4-11 record and able to turn it around and put themselves tied for second place right before this series here at Regency Furniture.
Truly, honestly, pretty unbelievable what Southern Maryland's been able to do, especially when you consider, I mean, a lot of teams would just roll over after finding themselves 4-11 to start the year. And then once Southern Maryland goes on a 4-game win streak after that, they didn't gain a single game in the standings. Again, that could set any average team back. After that, Southern Maryland had 2 incredible 4-run comebacks in innings 7 or later in a series against the High Point Rockers. They won that series after sweeping the Gastonia Honey Hunters. And then they went to York and took 2 out of 3. Southern Maryland, at the very least, will split this series with the York Revolution. But today, Stevie, we're not looking for a split. We're looking for a series win in Game 3 of 4. What's it going to take to get there?
You know, we talk about it before every game. One of the big things with this Blue Crabs pitching staff is trying to limit those walks and also limit the big innings. We've seen a lot of times teams come in here to Regency Furniture Stadium and they're able to put up 8, 9 runs in one inning alone, and that's really what kind of what drives the Blue Crabs to end up losing that game. So in order for them to come out here with a series win, I think that you got to limit those walks and try to handle their business as easily as possible.
Yeah, you know what? There's no question about it. As we allow you to start seeing the field, we are going to call the team the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs tonight. But I think we all know that we're going by a different name in our hearts tonight. Stevie, what do we got going on in the field this evening?
So the Blue Crabs tonight are wearing their jerseys. They on the front, it says Brew Crabs, which they are used to promote the new Southern Maryland Brew Crab beer here sold at Regency Furniture Stadium.
Yeah, as you can see right there on your screen, that's what those Southern Maryland Brew Crab jerseys look like. Whoever that model is in that jersey, Stevie, looks awfully good. Do you know who that was by chance?
I don't know. I might know who that is, but I'm going to tell you, he looks good.
It was Stevie, to be clear.
Don't give it away.
The front of that jersey is what the can of beer looks like. And, of course, it looks like beer is filling up the numbers on the back. A really fantastic-looking uniform Southern Maryland will don this evening as they take on the York Revolution. York in fourth place in the Atlantic League North Division, but honestly, everything is extremely tight. While York is in last place, they're only 2.5 games back of the North Division leading Long Island Ducks. Southern Maryland, as we mentioned, in second place, sole possession of it, just a half game back of the Long Island Ducks. I mean, the tides have turned here, Stevie, and it looks like just about anything can happen for a Southern Maryland team that gets 2 starters back today in David Harris and Matt Hibbert. Just how important is that after taking 2 with 3 individuals that generally don't start games?
You know, I will say the guys, Jake Lucci, the other ones that were able to step into that game yesterday, you know, really helped out this Blue Crabs team, showing them that they can get it done even without some of their top guys in that lineup. So for these guys coming in today, they just need to show, hey, thank you for, taking care of those first 2 games of the series. We'll take it from here.
As we mentioned, Stevie and I like to have a little bit of fun on these broadcasts. Of course, today is Social Media Saturday, so we want to incorporate some viral trends into our broadcast. Today's viral trend is a video just about everybody in the world has seen. Stevie, what's that video?
You're not that guy.
That's the video.
You're not that guy.
It's an individual that says, "You're not that guy, pal," and that's how Stevie and I are going to identify who we believe the Blue Crabs need to shut down to make this a W here on this Saturday night. Who's your pick, Stevie?
You know, my pick for the one that I think is not going to be that guy tonight, I'm going to go with Darian Sanford, the leadoff guy for the Revs. We've talked about him many times on these broadcasts, arguably the fastest player in the Atlantic League. I think the Blue Crabs' job today is to keep him off of the base paths as much as possible.
My "you're not that guy, pal" pick is Jake Welch, the starting pitcher for this York Revolution squad. The reason I say that is for a couple of reasons, Stevie. He's a guy that, while he doesn't walk in an unusual amount of batters, something that kind of might go by the wayside is just how many batters he's hit. He's hit 9 batters in 4 starts this season, and if you couple that with his 12 walks on the year, that makes things a whole lot different. Doesn't allow an absurd amount of hits, but maybe a few more than you'd generally like. The last piece of information that I'd like to present on that, Stevie, is one that isn't really the fault of Jake Welch, but it's something that's important to point out, in that he's allowed a lot of unearned runs this year. In fact, in his last 2 starts, he's allowed a total of 7 unearned runs. Again, not his fault, but for whatever reason in the game of baseball, generally guys that don't get a lot of support from their defense, for whatever reason, it happens again the next game and the next game and the next game. The final reason that I point out he's my "you're not that guy, pal" player of the game is that in totality, in terms of total runs allowed, not earned runs, but total runs, Welch has given up at least 5 runs in all of his starts other than his start against the Blue Crabs. But, Stevie, that was back on June 8th, and that was a very different Southern Maryland team. If we look back at the time, Southern Maryland was 3-10 on that date, Stevie. And if you remember, that was when the Blue Crabs had a 17-inning scoreless streak offensively. We're a totally different team. I mean, yesterday we had a walk-off homer and a grand slam, both from Josh McAdams, in a couple of incredible wins. So Jake Welch is my pick for "you're not that guy, pal" player of the game. And Stevie, I think we know what has to happen now. Let's hear it.
Check it out.
If you could take
Okay?
6
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
So that's what we needed to hear. It's a fantastic video. Of course, Stevie and I, being truly some of the youngest broadcasters in professional baseball, truly, I think it's important as we try to, while something like that may seem silly, I think it's important using this position, of course, to try to make the game more fun, more lighthearted, more appealing to the younger generation. So doing things like using pop culture references that the millennials of America love is how I think we can get baseball to continue to be America's pastime, Stevie. And that's why I think something like that, while funny and trivial, is actually of some importance. Let's run through today's starting lineups presented by Economy RVs here on Outdoors Night. The York Revolution here on Saturday, June 26th, come out with the starting lineup as follows. They lead off with the center fielder, number 1, Darian Sanford. Batting second, the left fielder, number 21, James Harris. Batting third, the catcher, number 33, Carlos Castro. In the cleanup spot, the second baseman, number 9, Jack Kenley. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 20, John Sansone. Batting sixth, the right fielder, number 13, J.C. Encarnacion. Batting seventh, the first baseman, number 23, Tyler Hill. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 12, Walner Espinal. And batting ninth, the designated hitter, number 6, Andrew Dundon. On the mound for the Revolution, the right-hander, number 32, Jake Welch. Of course, the Revs managed by an eighth-year manager, Mark Mason. As for your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, who come in with a record of 13-13, good for second place in the Atlantic League North Division, just a half game back of the division-leading Long Island Ducks. Leading off the left fielder, somebody we didn't see yesterday, but was on an absolute tear in his first 9 games of the season, all coming on this most recent road trip. Of course, it's the left fielder, number 4, Matt Hibbert. Batting second, the second baseman, number 6, Kent Blackstone. Batting third, the center fielder, number 8, Zach Collier. In the cleanup spot, the right fielder, number 14, another individual we haven't seen for a few days. It is David Harris. He's had some late-game heroics of late that the Blue Crabs could certainly use at any given time. Yet another individual who's been fantastic, especially in the last 24 hours, is none other than Josh McAdams. He was truly the sole reason. If you had to say there was one individual who made the Blue Crabs win both games of the Twin Bill yesterday, you have to give that to Josh McAdams. He is that guy, Stevie. Batting sixth after McAdams is the first baseman, number 15, Alex Crosby. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, number 17, Joe DeLuca. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 12, Michael Baca. Batting ninth, the catcher, number 2, Jake Marshall. And on the mound, the right-hander, number 40, Sam Burton. Of course, the Blue Crabs managed by Stan Clyburn. Clyburn in his 49th year of professional baseball, whether it be playing, coaching, or managing. Let's give you a couple of numbers on the starting pitchers here this evening. Jake Welch comes into the contest with a 1-1 record, a 6.52 ERA. His only win of the season coming against the Blue Crabs back on June the 8th. Sam Burton on the mound for the Blue Crabs. The right-hander wears number 40 on the back of his Brew Crabs jersey. An 0-2 record on the year with a 9.87 ERA. Believe it or not, Stevie, Welch and Burton faced each other back on June the 8th. On that night, Welch got the win, Burton got the loss. He went 3 1/3, and he had that thumb injury that night. He had to come out in the 4th inning because his thumb was bleeding. Of course, you can't really blame that one on him, but in that game, he allowed 5 runs, 4 earned, 6 hits, a season-high 6 strikeouts, and a season-low 1 walk. Of course, the pitching matchup is going to be critical. Something to also pay attention to here tonight, Stevie, is that not only do the Blue Crabs get a couple of injured players back, but of course the Revs still have a couple of their key individuals still injured and unable to play in Wellington Dotel and Melky Mesa. Starting lineups brought to you, as always, by Economy RVs here on Outdoors Night. As your Blue Crabs play host to the York Revolution, Southern Maryland taking the field. We are just minutes away from first pitch. We'll be right back, right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Andres Riceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting. Mommy, go outside sometimes. I like playing in lacrosse. Playing the Switch. I like the scribble. Daddy, I like to build Legos at home. That's the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrab.com.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or something you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
Brandon Barker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Andrew Banstra right alongside my broadcast partner Stevie Bowen as we prepare to take you through Game 3 of a 4-game set. And how about Game 6 of a 7-game consecutive set between the Blue Crabs and the York Revolution? Of course, after the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs visited the York Revolution a few days ago, they brought the Revs right here back home with them. Southern Maryland will put Sam Burton on the mound to face off against Jake Welch. Stevie, Darian Sanford leads things off. That's your You're Not That Guy Pal player of the game. Obviously, it's very important for a guy like Burton to get ahead in counts and to avoid walking batters. We look back at his last start. That was at High Point back on June the 20th. He went 4 1/3, allowing 7 earned, 8 hits. Stevie, he got bailed out of the loss because of a 9-run 7th inning by the Blue Crabs, but you got to have a better start to the contest. For Burton, if he has a good first inning, things are going to be good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that Burton's had trouble with this season so far. If he starts off a little slow, he's had trouble trying to pick it back up and really take control of that mound. But you said it there. It's really exactly what he needs to do. He needs to come out hot and just ready to fire at these Revolution batters.
And we mentioned that, and of course that's important to bring up the fact that the Revs have scored more runs in the first inning than any other inning in this season. 34 first inning runs this year as Darian Sanford comes up to the plate. Immediately, Josh McAdams in on the grass, as is Alex Crosby. Baseball just about underway, and it is. Burton's fastball in there for strike number 1, and we are started here in Southern Maryland. Burton working out of the stretch. The right-hander on his way home. A little chop swing to the left side. Looped in the air into shallow left, and there you go, Stevie. You were right about your pick.
So far, it's working out for me this game.
A 2-pitch out, and, just like we were talking about, that is what you need if you're Sam Burton to get quick outs, especially early in the game, and that gives way to James Harris, the left fielder in tonight's contest, wears number 21 on the back of his jersey. Harris hitting under 100 on the season, but was just signed a few days ago, back on the 22nd. Burton's fastball in there on the outside corner. And for an individual whose biggest flaw is generally command, starting off the game with 3 straight strikes is a good sign. Make it 4 as a curveball crosses on the inner half, 0-2.
And Sam Burton's control on the mound, doing really well so far, being able to paint those corners and perfectly place the ball right where he wants it.
A good throwaway pitch on 0-2, trying to get Harris to chase. It misses, 1-2 the count. When you work ahead in counts like that, you give yourself the ability to try to get batters to chase. Fastball hit straight away to center field. In comes Zach Collier, ranging about 30 feet straight forward. Snags it for out number 2. 5 pitches give us 2 outs. Really strong starting from Sam Burton. But to set the Revs down in order, he'll have to get through Carlos Castro. Undoubtedly the best hitter to this point in the season, not just on the Revs, but in the entire Atlantic League. Castro hitting .463 on the season with a league-high 28 RBIs. Make that 29 RBIs.
Hey, this guy's really been locked in at the plate as of recent. Another one of these Revolution batters that the Blue Crabs really need to try to corral this game.
Burton with a long look home, the 1-0 incoming. Another off-speed pitch, it'll miss, 2-0 the count. Castro has hit a home run in 6 of his last 9 games. Burton's 2-0 out of the stretch. Slider has Castro off balance. Beautiful pitch.
Burton's not going to blow you away with his fastball, but you see that pitch there. Nice job. Had Castro way out in front on it.
The 2-1, a fastball check swing, but it hit Carlos Castro. I think it hit him right in the hand, and we'll see if that's a hit by pitch or a foul ball.
And it looks like it is going to be a hit by pitch. Didn't go around. Calls the first base umpire. Now we got a runner on here with 2 outs in the top of the first, but Castro taking his time down the first baseline. He seems to be shaken up after that.
Mark Mason will walk his way down to first base with his backstop Carlos Castro to make sure that hand's okay. He'll walk out with Megan Haas, the Revs athletic trainer. Jack Kenley awaiting at the plate. The left-handed hitter in the cleanup spot here this evening. He plays second base for the Revs. Kenley, a .238 hitter on the season, was 0 for 2 yesterday. As the fans will clap off Carlos Castro, who now stands at first base. Burton communicating with his first baseman, Alex Crosby. So after a 5-pitch, 2-out sequence, Burton hits Carlos Castro on pitch number 8. Pitch number 9 to Jack Kenley outside, 1-0 the count. Burton out of the stretch, keeping his eye on Castro at first. A sinker misses outside as Jake Marshall catches ball number 2. Sam Burton's 2-0. Kenley unable to get a good piece of it as he fouls it away. 2-1 the count.
Burton likes to use that 2-seam fastball. Nice job there. Just painting the inner half of that strike zone, almost forcing Kenley to swing at it.
Another sinker. This one hit the other way and foul. And it looks like a kid will get it as a souvenir. You love to see that, Steve. Healthy crowd here tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium.
I was going to make a comment on that earlier. A very solid crowd we have here.
Burton trying to put on a show for the fans. The 2-2 on its way. Well struck to the right side. Jack Kenley pokes it that way. This baseball just scoots foul. The count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kenley was signed by the Revs back on June the 12th. Originally an 8th-round pick by the Detroit Tigers in 2019 out of the University of Arkansas. Burton's 2-2 once more. A little looper out to shallow left center. Here goes Michael Baca, unable to get it. The throw to third could be in time. What a play! Beautiful defense from Michael Baca, displaying incredible athleticism to get us into the bottom of the first. How about it, Stevie?
And fantastic play. Baca reached out with his bare hand right before that ball hit the ground. He almost had a catch there, but a nice job being able to recover and get that ball in under McAdams at third.
Into the bottom of the first we go. Top of the order, due up for your Blue Crabs on the other end of this break on your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Darryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289. When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Welcome back inside the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Andrew Banster alongside Stevie Bowen as we enter the bottom of the first inning. Southern Maryland looking to get an early lead. Interestingly enough, Stevie, although the Blue Crabs have won both of the games to this point in the series, this is the first time that the Revs have not scored in the top of the first inning so far in this series.
Yeah, it just goes back to what we were talking about before the game. One of the things that Sam Burton needs to do is try to limit the runs and, limit the walks against this Revs team, and he did just that, and a nice job in the top of the first inning.
Jake Welch on the mound for the York Revolution. The right-hander's best start of the season to this point was in a 12-2 York Revolution victory back on June the 8th right here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Welch talked 6 innings of 6-hit, 2-run baseball, walked 3 while striking out 5. Matt Hibbert steps into the box, and this is our first time that we'll see Matt Hibbert here in this 2021 season at home.
Hibbert got signed as they were leaving for that last road stretch. So as you said, first time being able to see him here, but we've heard nothing but good things so far for this leadoff guy.
Yeah, we'll give you the numbers on Hibbert in just a moment as he takes ball 1 high and away. Hibbert so far in the year hitting .333 with a .465 on base percentage. Second pitch from Welch also misses, 2-0 the count. Hibbert went 4 for 10 in the 3-game series against the Revs in York a few days ago. Welch is 2-0 in there for strike number 1. 2-1 goes the count. Hibbert was signed by the Blue Crabs on the very first day of their most recent road trip back on June the 15th. The 2-1. Well struck, right center. This ball's got a chance, but tracking it down rather quickly is the right fielder, J.C. Encarnacion.
A nice piece of hitting there by Hibbert. Made really good contact on the ball. Just wasn't able to get enough in the gap. But nice play over there by Encarnacion and right.
That gives way to Kent Blackstone. Blackstone comes up to the plate after going 2 for 7 with 3 runs scored yesterday, but Game 2 was more friendly to him than Game 1. Went 2 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored, and the Blue Crabs 10-5 Game 2 victory. Welch's first offering to Blackstone high and tight. Blackstone came out of the gates scorching hot in this 2021 season as he bloops 1 foul. The count 1-1. Kent hit 4 home runs in 2019 in 116 games. In this 2021 season, he hit 3 homers in the first 6 games of the year. Has hit 1 since, but it was a big one, a grand slam, Stevie. One of 2 Blue Crabs grand slams this year, both of them critical to big-time Southern Maryland wins. 2 balls and a strike the count to Blackstone. Here comes Welch. Inside, ball number 3.
Something we've also talked about with this Blue Crabs lineup, they had a lot of issues with being patient at the plate, drawing out more walks, trying to draw the pitcher's pitch count higher. So far, they're doing a nice job. They did a nice job with that yesterday as well.
Blackstone, a hard hit ball to the right side, but a beautiful diving play from a catcher by trade. Tyler Hill retires Kent Blackstone for out number 2.
As you said, nice to see Tyler Hill over there at first base. Carlos Castro was there yesterday. As you see, those 2 have flip-flopped for the day as Castro is now behind the plate.
A brand new walk-up song for Zach Collier. Song Seeing Green by Nicki Minaj, Lil Wayne, and Drake. I'm a fan of the song, by the way.
It's a good song.
It is. Zach Collier takes strike 1 outside. In game one of a doubleheader yesterday, a Zach Collier home run extended his hit streak to 10 games. Collier did reach base twice in game two, but did not reach on a hit. So his hit streak ends at 10. Remember, he was hit by 2 pitches in that game. Collier in the 3 spot in the lineup for the second night in a row.
We've talked about that before. Collier, the speedy center fielder, not a guy that you'll normally see in that 3 spot. But also after last night, seeing him put that ball into deep right field.
And that looked like a ball from my perspective, but it's called strike number 3 by the electronic strike zone. A good-natured reaction by Zach Collier, who walks off the field without making a fuss about it. And you do like to see that, especially with a big crowd here today, setting a good example. Nonetheless, a scoreless first inning sends us into the second. Here comes Sam Burton on the other end of this break. You're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and has been since their inaugural season in 2008. Weiss Markets also presents one of the Blue Crabs' best and most famous promotions every single year. Kids can get in free to every single Blue Crabs game of every single year simply by wearing a jersey thanks to Weiss Markets. Weiss Markets can help you with all of your game day needs for a great price. Stop in at your local Weiss today. Eat better, spend less. That's wise. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster, and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located.
This is Mike DeMine, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the top of the second we go here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Sam Burton out for his second inning of work. Burton took just 5 pitches to retire the first 2 batters back in the first, then hit Carlos Castro before a bloop single to left field turned into a beautiful recovery play by Michael Baca. First pitch to the 5-hole hitter, John Sansone, swung on and missed, 0-1 the count. A cutter misses on the outer edge to knot the count up at a ball and a strike. A scoreless first inning, just 1 hit in it. It was a base knock by Jack Kenley. Another ball makes the count 2 balls and 1 strike. This time a fastball misses. Burton's next pitch fouled back into the screen. Sam Burton attended Winston-Salem State University, graduated in 2016. Fouled over our heads here in the Bayonet press box. Yet another Burton offering makes the count remain full at 3-2. You know, Burton's strikeout numbers haven't been incredibly high this year, which is an anomaly to this point in his career because entering the 2021 season, he had averaged 9 strikeouts a game as a curveball just misses for ball number 4. That was awfully close, Steve. What'd you see?
You know, from out there, I think that call could have gone either way. We've talked about it many times already. We can't argue against the electronic strike zone. A lot of these pitches could go either way if there was a real umpire calling balls and strikes. So you just kind of got to deal with it.
It's true. You raise a very good point as Burton's pitch Misses for ball one to number 13, J.C. Encarnacion. The right fielder steps in for his first plate appearance of the evening. Burton's 1-0. Runner goes on it. A good pop by Jake Marshall, but this throw sails way over the head of Kent Blackstone. It looks like if that throw was on line, Stevie, he would have had him. But it just slipped out of the top of his hand, which could be a very costly play. None down and a runner at third.
You know, we've seen a couple guys be able to take that extra base against Jake Marshall. Not the strongest arm behind the plate, but I think that might have been one of his better chances so far this season to catch a guy, and it just stinks to see. You know, it just sailed right out of the hand.
You're right. I think there's no question that he had a really good chance at getting the runner on that play as a fastball overpowers Encarnacion. 2-1 the count. Encarnacion enters play hitting .211 after being signed 9 days ago. Make that 10 days ago. It was on June 16th as the count runs 3-1. You know, Encarnacion had a really successful affiliated career. In fact, he reached the AAA level for the first time in his career this year in 2021. Blooper to the left side, Michael Baca back into the shallow outfield grass, catches for out number one. Encarnacion was actually a member of a team you may have heard about before, Stevie, the Baltimore Orioles.
Oh, I have heard of them before. Big fan of them.
He was traded from the Braves to the Orioles as part of that Kevin Gossman trade.
Oh, I remember that trade very well.
How'd that go for the Orioles, by the way?
Don't want to talk about it.
One of the best pitchers in all of baseball this year, a sub-1.5 ERA.
Andrew, I'm going to politely ask you to keep talking about, or excuse me, to stop talking about Kevin Gossman's stats.
An incredible right-handed pitcher. Also, Darren O'Day, a part of that trade. Just beautiful slider swung on and missed by Tyler Hill. The count 0-2. Sorry, Stevie.
It's all right. Salt in the wound, Andrew. Salt in the wound.
Tyler Hill made a really nice defensive play back in the bottom of the first to rob Kent Blackstone of the base hit. Infield in for Southern Maryland. Fastball high and outside. 1-2 the count.
And that was a nice play over there by first. Had to get over to his right and backhand that ball. Nice job getting over there. Able to make that play.
Hill, a 204 hitter on the year. Curveball hit to the left side. Good play by McAdams, keeping it in the infield. And Stevie, with a runner on third, 2 balls put in play, you don't generally have that runner still at third, but a really nice defensive job from Southern Maryland after a couple of shaky plays defensively last night.
Very nice job. As we talked about, Josh McAdams last night had those 2 big home runs, but of course we got to talk about had those 3 errors in the second game. You know, last night's just that day where you can look over those errors. He had a nice job, nice play there.
I would tend to agree. First pitch from Burton to number 12, Walner Espinal misses outside. A ball and no strikes the count. Espinal, a 172 hitter on the year, a home run and a trio of RBIs. Sinker in there, strike one. Espinal went 0 for 3 yesterday. In his very first game as a member of the York Revolution, as a slider swung on and missed, 1-2 the count. In his very first game as a member of the Revs, he hit a walk-off home run to secure the Revs' 500th franchise win.
What a way to show out that you're a part of the team now.
1-2 upstairs, 2-2 the count. He was one of 2 Revolution players ever to hit a walk-off home run in their first start with the team, joining Nick Fernandez back in 2015. Slider outside, count runs full. Stevie, a really strong crowd here today. This very well could be our best crowd since opening day.
You know, it's going to be hard to touch that number of just under 6,000 people here for opening day, but this place is filling up quickly.
It is, and the deeper we get into the night, the more it fills. Curveball inside, strike number 3. Beautiful curveball. Burton didn't get that call earlier in the inning, and that's how A York Revolution batter reached base. That same batter stole second, swiped third on an error, but back-to-back clutch outs for Sam Burton leaves the Revs scoreless as we head into the bottom of the second. When we come back on the other end of this break, David Harris, Josh McAdams, Alex Crosby due up for the Blue Crabs on your home for Blue Crabs Baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. 2020 was a year unlike any other for everybody. Quickly, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs came to the realization that baseball must take a backseat to humanity. Immediately, the Blue Crabs staff and all of Crustacean Nation teamed together to provide COVID-19 tests and eventually vaccinations. Southern Maryland's hometown team also hosted food drives, blood drives, backpack drives, toy drives, and so much more, all to help their community. The Blue Crabs couldn't be more thankful to the healthcare heroes that have gotten us to this point and helped our community so much throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why this season is dedicated to our healthcare heroes. Each Saturday night, we will have a healthcare hero, a local healthcare professional, throw out the first pitch of the game and be honored. That's why in 2021, all season long, healthcare professionals get $5 tickets to every single Blue Crabs game. Thank you so much, healthcare heroes, for all that you have, are, and will continue to do for our community. American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. David Harris back into the lineup after a couple of nights off. Harris back right into that 4 spot that he had maintained for the 5 games prior to his 2-game absence due to injury. Harris, the right fielder, cleanup hitter, has had a couple of really huge home runs, not only in terms of distance, but also, Stevie, in terms of impact on ball games.
You know, there's a few guys in this Blue Crabs lineup that have really had that clutch factor as of recent. It's these 2 guys in the lineup, Harris followed by Josh McAdams, the third baseman.
No question about it. The pitch outside, check swing, he did not go. No check down to first, 2-0 the count.
Looks like that one's going to miss the strike zone again. Count now runs to 3-0 here for David Harris. As we're here in the bottom of the second inning. The 3-0 pitch going to stay inside on him, and he's going to draw a 4-out walk to start the bottom of the second inning.
Good patience there from David Harris. First night and a couple nights off. That gives way to Josh McAdams. How did he do last night, by the way, Stevie?
Pretty well, I'd say.
I would tend to agree. Josh McAdams yesterday was unbelievable. He went 5 for 8 with 2 home runs. In game 2, Stevie, he went 3 for 4 with a grand slam. He had 5 RBIs yesterday, a walk-off home run in game 1. McAdams said himself it was one of his best days of baseball in his entire life, and I don't see a situation in which you could have a better day, so that adds up.
You know, Andrew, we've talked about it. Today's our first social media Saturday, and if there's anyone that is currently that guy,
true,
it's Josh McAdams.
It's true. Again, if you're just joining us, Stevie and I, as an attempt to appeal to the younger generation of fans, trying to incorporate some pop culture trends into our broadcast. Welch The pitch. Sinker inside, strike number one called to Josh McAdams. Welch gets one across for the first time in this inning. Southern Maryland still seeking their first hit in this contest as Welch with a long look over to first. The pickoff didn't really look like Harris was all that far off first base.
Looked like he tried to catch him sleeping a little bit there, but Harris was prepared to get back.
Harris has good speed, but hasn't stole too many bases this year. As Mark Mason would like to have a word with the home plate umpire. Stevie, can you tell exactly what's going on?
You know, if I was better at reading lips, I would, but I don't.
That's fair, as Josh McAdams and the catcher Carlos Castro exchange words, trying to figure out as well what's going on.
I will say, though, it looked like during David Harris's at-bat, there were a couple pitches that easily could have been called for a strike. And I saw the home plate umpire kind of look over to the Blue Crabs bullpen. I wasn't sure, what words were exchanged, but I would assume it was about how the pitches were just missing.
And it's tough to say what Mark Mason is talking about, but he doesn't look pleased.
Yeah.
And again, I can't read lips, but something tells me right now that I think they just stopped using the TrackMan machine.
I think so as well. I think that was an agreement made. I guess we'll have to wait and find out.
Get an official word on that in just a moment, but it does appear that that is what's going to happen here this evening. Home plate umpire will make the calls, so we can't blame it on TrackMan at all for the rest of the evening. Fastball outside, called a ball. 1-1 the count.
McAdams, a guy that was in a good amount of strikeout trouble towards the beginning of the season. After he left for that road stand, he's able to rein it in a little bit, be a little more patient at the plate nowadays, and that's really shown in his batting average.
Last pitch from Welch, 87 miles an hour. Hasn't thrown one over 90 to this point in the contest. The 1-1 outside, 2-1 the count. Burton, on the other hand, has reared back and hit 90 one time. Yet another pickoff move. Harris really in the head of Jake Welch. And the crowd letting Welch hear it.
It does get to a point in the game where you pick off a guy at first base 4 times. And he's also thrown 3 pitches in that span. I don't know if David Harris is going to steal.
I'm kind of thinking the same thing, but if anything, he's in Welch's head. Welch misses upstairs, 3-1 the count. And while Welch has picked off 4 times in this inning, he's only thrown 1 pitch in the strike zone. A 4-pitch walk started this inning. Now a 3-1 count to Josh McAdams with Alex Crosby awaiting on deck. Welch set at the belt. The pitch on its way. Well struck, deep center field. Back goes Darian Sanford. That ball looked like it got caught up in the wind that is heading straight towards home plate here this evening. And what looked like it could be yet another magical performance for Josh McAdams. Turns in to a fly ball out, number 1.
Yeah, great piece of that ball there. Good contact off the bat. It sounded really well. But as you said, you guys can see that American flag out in center field blowing back towards home plate. It's going to be tough to get one out of here in these power alleys in left and right center.
Welch with a long wait back behind the mound. Here in the bottom of the second inning, first pitch was thrown right around 6:35, the time 7:15. 40 minutes into this contest, here comes the pitch from Welch. Fastball in there, strike number 1 called. No balls and a strike the count to Alex Crosby. Some signs from the third base coach, Ray Ortega. See if Harris thinks about swiping second, although he has a very small lead at first. Fastball inside. And the face-protecting mask of the home plate umpire was knocked off, I believe, accidentally, of course, by the catcher Carlos Castro. A ball and a strike the count, 1 on, 1 down. The claps began here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Crosby, a big swing, won't go too far. He tosses the bat towards foul territory. As right behind second base, the shortstop for the York Revolution, Walner Espinal, catches for out number 2.
The ball, it looked like Crosby got a little bit jammed on it there. Just liked it when it came out of the hand, but of course, as it got closer, it popped it up right to the shortstop.
A good rebound from Jake Welch after some struggles to begin this inning. We mentioned 7 of his first 8 pitches missed the strike zone. But now 2 quick outs bring up the switch-hitting catcher batting from the left-handed batter's box, Joe DeLuca. DeLuca comes to the plate after yesterday going 1 for 3 while drawing a walk and getting hit by a pitch. Welch's first pitch inside and low, 1-0 the count.
We've seen DeLuca and Marshall kind of interchanging behind the plate recently. Nice to have 2 guys and being able to keep both of them in this lineup and able to use them anywhere in the field as well.
The 1-0 on its way from Welch. Fastball high and tight, 2-0 the count. DeLuca has struggled against the Revolution this year. He is 3 for 18 in 6 games against York. In a 3-game series against the Gastonia Honey Hunters, DeLuca had 7 of his 13 RBIs on the season as he lofts one well to the left side, ranging back towards the Catholic Charity sign in the left field corner, but caught on a beautiful play from James Harris for out number 3. 2 long but scoreless innings send us into the top of the 3rd right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Austin Glorious, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Through October of 2021, COVID-19 vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium. No appointment necessary. Just swing on by and get your COVID-19 vaccination today. Take one for the team, Southern Maryland. Get the vaccine. Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today.
This is Blake Bivens, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside Regency Furniture Stadium. We take you into the top of the 3rd here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Sam Burton out for his 3rd inning of work, and for 2 pitchers who statistically would not have led to 2 scoreless innings to get us started, Stevie, have done just that. Entering play, Sam Burton for the Blue Crabs and Jake Welch had 9.87 and 6.52 ERAs, respectively. Burton fires home with a fastball. That pitch catches, misses the strike zone. A ball and a strike the count. Andrew Dundon at the plate. Burton a long pause, the pitch. Fastball in the dirt, misses. 2-1 the count. Andrew Dundon, a 171 hitter on the season. A home run and 10 RBIs, signed by York right after opening day. Inked a contract on May the 29th as he lofts one directly over our heads in the Bayonet press box. 2-2 the count. The Bayonet, the best source of news in all of Southern Maryland. They have everything from entertainment options to the most trusted source of news that you'll find in Southern Maryland. As a 6-pitch walk is drawn by the 9-hole hitter Andrew Dundon to flip the lineup back on top. Here comes Darian Sanford. Stevie, Darian Sanford was your You're Not That Guy player, correct?
Correct, he was. So far today, it's working out for me as he popped out to Michael Baca to start off the game. And I was just about to say, pay attention to Josh McAdams down that third baseline playing well inside the grass. With a runner on base and nobody out, I'd be very surprised if Darian Sanford didn't try to put one down.
Josh McAdams certainly agrees with you as he is really in on the grass. Sanford showed bunt on the first pitch. It was a called strike. Shows again on pitch number 2, pulls back in time, ball 1. Burton in his third inning of work. The right-hander looks over to first, sets and deals. A sinker low and away puts Sanford ahead in the count at 2 balls and a strike. The 2-1. Fastball swung on and missed. 2-2 the count. Looks like Sanford thought he was going to get a piece of that. The 2-2. Curveball popped into shallow center field. It'll be a tough play for Michael Baca, who ranges back over the shoulder snag. Michael Baca putting on a defensive show here early.
A nice couple plays there by Baca, as you said, putting on a show here at shortstop. We brought it up a couple times. His first couple games with the Blue Crabs were a little shaky out in the field, but he's really solidified himself as that starting shortstop for this Blue Crabs lineup.
Yeah, Blackstone and Baca were kind of swapping back and forth there for a little bit, and they still do sometimes, but it does seem as though Baca has solidified himself at that shortstop spot. Blackstone played second base nearly all of the 2019 season. The only times in which he didn't was when Edwin Garcia was injured for about a month. Despite missing a month, Garcia was named the Rawlings Gold Glove Player of the Year for the second year in a row. Massive shoes to fill, but Baca has done a good job at it. A ball and no strikes as James Harris mans the right-handed batter's box. Right-on-right matchup. A runner at first, Andrew Dundon. He reached on a walk. Fastball outside, escapes the glove of Jake Marshall, but picked up quickly. The 2-0 catches for strike number 1. Harris, number 21, on the back of his gray York jersey. Entered play hitting under 100 on the season. He was a former first-round pick back in 2011. Fastball foul to the right side. Strike number 2. And here comes our trivia of the night. I like doing these every once in a while. And
are you going to be asking me?
I'm going to be asking any listener.
Okay. I'm listening.
And whoever correctly answers first will win a 4-pack of tickets to a Blue Crabs game.
Nice.
So, James Harris was a first-round draft pick. And despite there only being 30 teams in the MLB, Harris was picked 60th overall in the first round. My question is, how is that possible? I know the answer. Stevie knows the answer. Sure. Do you? And now Google is obviously fair game. First person to answer correctly gets a 4-pack of tickets. This is something we did all year last year, and we gave out 4 tickets every single week all year. Fastball high and away, called strike number 3. Sam Burton with yet another out. He has been fantastic here this evening.
As you said, not very many strikeouts for Sam Burton so far this season. Only has 2 so far this game, but as you said, we weren't really expecting both of these pitchers to come in and throw 2 to 3 scoreless innings, and that's just what they've been doing so far.
Carlos Castro now at the plate. And Castro's first time up, he was hit by a pitch after 2 quick outs from Sam Burton. Burton, to this point, has stranded a runner in each of the innings in which he's pitched. Hard hit to the left side. We see no movement in the Blue Crabs bullpen that seems to be pretty bare this evening. Only 3 people sitting over there in the Blue Crabs pen. Burton, a check over to first, the pitch. Fastball overpowers Carlos Castro, who drops into an 0-2 hole. While this game hasn't moved on all that quickly, we're nearly an hour into it, Stevie. There's only been 1 hit in the contest. Burton's pitch, a leaning chopper to the left side, tossed underhand to second. Fielder's choice strands a runner. And that's how we take you into the bottom of the 3rd scoreless contest here at Regency Furniture Stadium. We'll be right back on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough, my friends and family will be together again.
I just want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Michael Baca leads us off here in the bottom of the third inning. Jake Welch out for his third inning of work, and the first pitch misses outside for ball number 1.
Baca and Blackstone were the 1 and 2 guys for a while in this Blue Crabs lineup. And Baca did a nice job filling in for Matt Hibbert, who is now the leadoff guy today as he moves down to 8th in this lineup. He fouls that ball off. Count now runs even for Baca at 1 apiece. We said it earlier, it took him a minute to get back into the groove of playing professional baseball when he came to the Blue Crabs, and he has really just been on a tear the past couple weeks.
Yeah, Baca and Hibbert, two really important signings that have helped turn this Blue Crabs season around. You know, Southern Maryland kind of had a hole in the middle infield. Of course, Blackstone was going to be a part of the middle infield, whether it's second or short, but for a while there, it was tough to say who the other middle infielder was going to be.
You know, we saw normal right fielder Will Decker in there for a little bit during those spring training games. The Blue Crabs used to have a player on their team of Kevin Watley. Saw him at second base a couple times. They were just trying to throw some people in there to see who would best fit. And then along comes Michael Baca.
Baca been a really nice addition, both offensively and defensively. He takes ball 4 inside, and a 5-pitch walk puts the first batter aboard. That brings up the 9-hole hitter, Jake Marshall. And for a manager in Stan Clyburn that generally doesn't alter the formation of his lineup all that much, he did tonight, in that Baca, or a Baca-like player, generally bats in the 9th hole. And when I say that, I mean basically a second leadoff man. But Jake Marshall bats 9th tonight with Baca 8th. Here's Marshall, shows bunt, lays it down right up the middle. It could be close at second. To second for 1. Did he get him at first? No, he did not. So a sac bunt attempt not successful. Southern Maryland records it out and sacrifices some speed on the base paths.
You know, Marshall did what he was supposed to do there, put down a bunt, but was right back to the pitcher as he was able to almost turn 2 there.
Of course, more than anything, you want to, if at all possible, angle the bunt down the first or third base line. That gives way to the top of the order, Matt Hibbert up to the plate. Hibbert's first time up. He did not reach base. See if he can change the tides here. Marshall a short lead at first. The pitch from Welch. Chop to the left side. Here could be 2. To second for 1, and yet another fielder's choice. You know, interestingly enough, Stevie, this is Jake Welch's 5th start, and he has yet to make a batter ground into a double play. He just about did back-to-back times, but was unable to.
Now, that's one of those stats that I didn't really know was a thing, but it's always really interesting to find out.
In total this season, the York Revolution starting pitchers have turned 8 double plays. Jake Welch and Austin Steinford, the only 2 individuals that have not forced a double play ball. Jake Welch has averaged, and this is not accounting for earned runs, but just total runs allowed per start, 8.5 runs per start. As the fastball catches outside. He's held the Blue Crabs scoreless and hitless to this point in the contest, although Southern Maryland has reached base a pair of times, both on walks, one by David Harris, another by Michael Baca. Fastball inside, snap throw down to first from Carlos Castro, not in time, but a little too close for comfort.
And a nice pop-up throw there, really good reaction time, able to get that ball over to the first. But as you said, nice job by Hibbert, able to get back.
A long look into his catcher, Castro. And another pickoff move. This time it gets away from the first baseman. Could be close at second, but it's not. Matt Hibbert into scoring position. And finally, Jake Welch ends up shooting himself in the foot on yet another pickoff attempt.
You know, that tends to happen. If you start to try to pick off a guy too many times, you're not really worried about the batter at hand. You're bound to mess up at least once. You just keep going at him.
Not to mention when you have a catcher playing first base, and that's not to say anything bad about Tyler Hill, who's already made a great defensive play here this evening. But it's also not his natural position. The pitch to Blackstone inside. Blackstone steps back into his left-handed batter's box. Trying to get the first run across of this game. Also trying to collect the first Blue Crabs hit. Blackstone hits it well to the right center alley. Back goes the right fielder, J.C. Encarnacion, who catches for out number 3. And that's how we get through a third of a ball game. We hand the reins over to Stevie Bowen on the other end of this break right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs! Hey Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans.
This is Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop.
Top of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Stevie Bowen alongside Andrew Banstra. As the 4-hole hitter, Jack Kenley's going to start it off here for York. And a scoreless game through 3 total innings. The Revs, the only team able to produce a hit, and just 1 hit so far this game given up by both pitchers. Kenley grounded into a fielder's choice as he lays down a bunt there to start the inning, and Burton slips up going to field the ball. Looks like that one's going to be a bunt for a hit.
Yeah, that was a really well-placed bunt by Kenley. Of course, it's not too often that you see the cleanup hitter trying to lay down a bunt, but in a situation in which you see the third baseman back, that's tough, and it looks like Burton was trying to get to that ball, and his feet came out from under him.
You know, I was looking at Kenley going down the line. If Burton fielded that ball cleanly, he may have had a chance to get him at first, but it would have been very close. That now brings up the third baseman, John Sanzone, who reached on a walk to start that second inning and made it all the way around to third on that throwing error when he tried to steal second. As that ball is going to get away from Jake Marshall behind the plate, and Kenley looks like he might try to take third, but he's going to stop at second on the wild pitch.
Now, Sam Burton has been really good to this point, but while he's been really good, the Revs have also had really, really good scoring opportunities in each of the 3 innings, and that's a dangerous situation.
That's one of the things we talked about. The Blue Crabs had trouble with towards the beginning of the season as that ball is ripped over to the Legends Club down the left field line. As that one goes foul to bring the count even in 1-1.
Official score on that was a passed ball, so it's charged to Jake Marshall.
As we said, the problem the Blue Crabs had towards the beginning of the season was capitalizing on having those runners in scoring position. You know, that's a big thing in the game of baseball that can really just kill a team. Third pitch from Burton gets fouled away. Count now 1-2. Comes the 1-2 pitch, and that one breaking ball in the outer half of the strike zone, swung and missed on by John Sanzone. As you said, not a whole lot of strikeouts for Sam Burton so far this season, and just 3 for him today so far, but he's doing a nice job on the mound.
Yeah, and we talk about him persevering through these hurdles that have come in his way. It's the same thing Colton Mahoney did last night in basically a rebound start.
We said Colton Mahoney, normally a reliever, a guy we don't see being able to produce maybe 4 or 5 innings of a game, and he did just that last night.
You got to wonder if he might inch his way into this starting rotation.
If he keeps having nights like he did last night, I would not be surprised to see him in that rotation sometime soon. Pitch from Burton, going to break a little too far outside. One and one, the count now to J.C. Encarnacion. As he pops that one up to the infield, Blackstone's camped under it at second base. And he will rein that one in for the second out of the inning. That is 3 innings in a row now. And Sam Burton has walked the first batter, has had the first batter get on base and is able to get 2 outs pretty quickly afterwards. It looks like Jake Marshall is going to bring the home plate umpire with him to go talk to his starting pitcher. Now, if you're Jake Marshall up there talking to Sam Burton, what are you telling him, Andrew?
In this situation right now, I'm telling him that to this point in the contest, you found yourself persevering through every obstacle that's coming your way. And there's no reason to think that you wouldn't be able to continue doing the same thing, especially when you're facing the 7, 8, 9 of this Revs order. So keep your chin up, keep going. Tough first batter of the inning, but you'll get through it.
I agree with you. As the first pitch to the first baseman, Tyler Hill. He's going to miss the zone there. Count starts 1-0 to the first baseman. Jack Kenley waiting at second base. Second pitch, breaking ball, tried to get it in the strike zone, but that stayed a little bit low and out of the zone. Count now runs to 2-0. Kenley grounded out to Josh McAdams back in the second inning. A big swing and an even faster fastball from Sam Burton. Count now 2-1 on the first baseman. Still scoreless here in the top of the fourth inning at Regency Furniture Stadium. Still just one hit for the Revolution, none for the Blue Crabs. As that fourth pitch is going to stay outside the zone, count runs to 3-1. And a 3-1 pitch from Burton. Breaking ball, that one's blooped out to second base. Kent Blackstone's got to run for it, and he's able to get there and make the play for the third out of the inning. As we said, 3 innings in a row now that the leadoff guy for York has gotten on and into scoring position. Now unable to bring him around as Sam Burton able to battle back on the mound and get out of it. We'll be back here in the the bottom of the fourth inning on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Carlos Diaz, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good. American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
Monkey.
This is Dario Pisano, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom of the fourth inning here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Stevie Bowen alongside Andrew Banstra. Zach Collier, the center fielder, is going to start it off here. Collier struck out on 3 pitches. Back in the bottom of the first inning. Is going to take that first pitch for strike 1. Jake Welch still on the mound here for the Revs as he's done pretty well so far. Second pitch going to be fouled off behind the left side concourse.
Here's a question for you, Stevie.
I'm listening.
Is it bad broadcaster etiquette to point out the fact that Jake Welch is throwing a no-hitter right now because he's on the opposing team? I mean, I'm okay with jinxing him. I want him to not have a no-hitter.
That's fair. I wasn't going to say it just for the sake of, not saying it, the baseball rule in general. But I see where you're coming from.
Right.
I think it definitely is less of an issue if we say it, especially if it's the Revs doing it. But at the same time, I think I was going to steer clear of it until you did. So I'm happy you did.
Yeah.
Jake Welch has a no-hitter through 4 innings so far.
Right. That is happening.
Through 3. Ball a little too far outside. Count goes to 2-1 for Collier. As Andrew had just mentioned, the Blue Crabs still yet to get a hit this game. As this 3, 4, 5 spots in the lineup are the guys to do it. As that one's ripped down the line, and there it is. The first hit for the Blue Crabs. Now, Andrew, I hate to be the guy to say it, but I think you might have jinxed that for Jake Welch.
I mean, see, Stevie, it's a good thing that I jinxed it. I mean, if I wouldn't have jinxed it, you never know what would have happened.
Hey, he might have gone 9 full innings with a no-hitter. You
But
never
he
know.
didn't, and it's all thanks to me.
He went 3 total.
That's true.
David Harris at the plate now for the Blue Crabs. Led off the bottom of the second inning with a walk as another pickoff move from Jake Welch. Unsuccessful as Collier is able to dive back.
That's his 9th pickoff attempt of this game.
Wow. Comes the first pitch to Harris. That one breaks a little too far outside on the off speed. Count is 0-1. Excuse me, 1-0.
Harris had the last couple of nights off, but looking to get back in the groove after a fantastic road trip.
Welch gets the sign from his catcher. Comes the 1-0 pitch. Big swing from Harris as that one's chopped over to third. Double play ball, and they're going to get it. The first double play that Jake Welch is able to record this season comes off the bat of David Harris, which, in my opinion, was the last person that I expect that to happen to.
It's true, and it's also worth mentioning that I may have jinxed that as well, which is, not exactly what I was trying to do.
Royally frustrated the baseball gods today, Andrew. I'll
True.
tell you that. That brings up the big bat at Josh McAdams, as there's now 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Blue Crabs able to get a hit on the board, as the no-hitter for Jake Welch is now gone. And Josh McAdams looking to start off a 2-out rally and hopefully bring a run across for the Crabs. As that ball was ripped down the right field line, McAdams thought it was going to be foul to start off. As a late jump out of the box, he thought that ball was foul. We didn't have a good look over here in the Bayonet press box. That's going to be a 2-out base hit as Josh McAdams now waits at first base. Brings up the 6-hole hitter at the first baseman, Alex Crosby. Saw him in the 5-hole last night for this team. He's now with 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. They're going to try to bring McAdams around the bases to hopefully take a lead. First pitch to Alex Crosby. Swings over on that one. Bobbled by the first baseman, Hill, but able to gobble that one up for the 3rd out of the inning. After 2 quick outs, Josh McAdams able to get on there with a base hit. Alex Crosby grounds out to Tyler Hill to end the inning. We'll be back with more action on the top of the 5th inning when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jake Lucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can.
This is Jake Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Wallner Espinal going to start it off here for the Revs in the top of the 4th inning. top of the fifth inning. So far, just 2 hits for the Blue Crabs, just 1 for the Revs so far this game. As Jake Welch and Sam Burton really putting on a show on the mound so far.
They are, but it hasn't come without their struggles for either one of the pitchers. Both facing adversity, but working their way through it.
That pitch from Espinal, going to leave it for ball 1. Espinal struck out after running the count full back in the top of the second inning. That ball is ripped down the left field line. That ball is going to stay fair. Bounces off the left field corner, and Hibbert's got to run for it as Espinal able to roll into second base with a stand-up double.
Good job by the left fielder Matt Hibbert in his first game here at Regency Furniture Stadium of the season. Of course, he played for the Road Warriors a couple years ago, so he's played here before, but hasn't played here in a while. It's a really difficult left field to manage, so good job holding the batter to 2 there.
As you guys might have been able to see it on the left side of your screen, as Hibbert was running towards the corner out of frame and then had to quickly turn around as the ball jolted off that cement wall in the left field line. As we know, the Mini Monster left field is made of big old pieces of plywood. That ball can take some crazy bounces off of it. And a big swing from the 9 batter, Andrew Dundon. Reached on an error reached on a walk back in the top of the third as he rips that one up the middle. Espinal hesitated, didn't know if Blackstone was going to be able to get to it. And a good throw from Collier from center stops him at third as now the Revs have runners on first and third with nobody out.
So there's good news and there's bad news there. The good news, a run didn't score, although it probably should have. The bad news, most difficult situation that Sam Burton has faced to this point in the evening. Now, Southern Maryland on the year is 6-7 when their opponent scores first, but entering play yesterday, they were 4-7. The Revs scored first in both 7-inning games yesterday, and the Blue Crabs came back to win.
And we talked about it. This is a completely different Blue Crabs team than when they left for that road stretch. That brings up the leadoff batter of Darian Sanford. As you see Josh McAdams playing very close again on that third base line. First and third situation with nobody out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Andrew Dundon try to steal second base. We'll just see what happens here as there's now a 1-0 count to the leadoff batter. The double play ball turns him at 2.
Wow.
Very nice play. Baca seemed to bobble it for just a half a second there, and a nice turn by Blackstone at second. Of course, with Darian Sanford running down the first baseline, you really think there's no chance of turning that double play, but a nice job by the middle infield.
So a run scores for the York Revolution. And a very rare double play ball turned against Darian Sanford. Not to mention it nearly hit the leg of the umpire.
A ball that was roped back up the middle. Nice job by Baca, Blackstone, and Crosby. And a nice pick over there at first. As there's now 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning, James Harris looks at the breaking ball down the middle for strike 1. Second pitch going to be fouled off to the right side. Quickly in a hole, 0-2. One run scored for the Revs so far in the top of the 5th inning. Coming off that last double play ball as he was able to, as Espinal able to just walk home. Breaking ball misses on the outer half. Comes the 1-2 pitch from Burton. Fastball, that one's going to be lifted deep down the right field line. One's going to get into foul territory, and that was go a little too far foul as that lands in the stands down the first base side. Count stays at 1-2 for James Harris. Harris 0 for 2 on the day so far with a strikeout in the third. And that'll pop out to Zach Collier out in center. Breaking ball, just a little overextension there by Burton. As that misses the zone low and away, and the count runs even at 2-2. Burton doesn't seem to be phased on the mound. Third pitch. Marshall and Burton, including Blackstone, all thought it was strike 3. I thought the same thing up here. Andrew, did you see anything different?
No, I didn't. I mean, that one looked to be right down the middle from our perspective. Now, again, we're a little off center here, but I think everybody on the field and the stands thought the same.
Now, full count. Here comes the pitch from Burton. Big swing. That one's going deep down the left field line, but that will keep tailing foul. As James Harris almost put another one on the board here for the Revs. Just ahead of that fastball as he turned on it down the left field line.
That would have been a shame if that was a home run, especially after what we thought was strike number 3. That was my first thought off the bat.
We talked about it yesterday. There's very little things about the game of baseball can change the outcome of an inning. And by the reaction of the fans, it looked like someone made a play over in the suites next to us.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Little excitement from the crowd we see. Still a 3-2 count for James Harris, the left fielder. Breaking ball, that one is driven down, in between the hole of McAdams and Baca. Baca tried to slide for it, just unable to make the play. As there's now a runner on first base with 2 out for the Revs. Carlos Castro was hit by a pitch back in the first inning, then grounded into a fielder's choice to end the top of the third. Now going back to what you're saying, Andrew, that was my first thought as well. Off that foul ball from James Harris, I thought it was gone, and I was thinking, man, what a shame. After a pitch that we thought was called strike 3, to almost let up a home run, but luckily he got out of it. Pickoff move over to first. Harris back easily. Still 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Walner Espinal led off with a double. A nice double play turned by the middle infield gets us 2 outs. That ball's fouled off. Start the count 0-1.
So far, this game reminiscent of what we saw in Game 3 at York back on Thursday night. That was a 2-0 Revs victory.
Another pickoff move to first. Harris back easily. And that's something you really want to keep doing, especially with this Revolution lineup. A lot of speed up and down. As really any of these guys can take an extra base. Another 3-2 pitch. Way ahead of it. Oh, excuse me. Swing and miss for the second strike. Count now 0-2. That's a nice job by Burton. Looked like he took a little bit off of that breaking ball, even slower than usual. And another pickoff move to first. Harris back standing. Still just 2 hits now for the Revs this game. That was the pitch from Burton. Got to reach for it and a little flare off the end of the bat. That's going to drop in front of Collier in center field. And James Harris is going to truck all the way to third, and now the Blue Crabs are back with first and third and 2 outs in the inning.
And again, I keep thinking of that, what looked like strike number 3 earlier in this inning that would have ended things. Of course, nothing has come of it yet, but there is that potential.
As now steps in Jack Kenley, who led off the top of the fourth inning with that bunt for a hit. Sam Burton slipped up a little bit down by the third baseline. And a big swing from Kenley as he sends this one deep down the left field line, but that'll tail foul. Count starts 0-1.
You remember Kenley had that leadoff bunt single back in the top of the fourth inning.
An 0-1 pitch to Kenley. Another big swing as this one's grounded over. Crosby able to field it cleanly. And one run across as the Revs are able to take a 1-0 lead in the top of the fifth inning. Due up for the Blue Crabs, the bottom three of the lineup, Joe DeLuca, Michael Baca, and Jake Marshall when we return here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the fifth most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles, they'll have you safe at home. There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. And Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955.
This is Kent Blackstone, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
7-8-9 will start it off here for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the fifth inning as Joe DeLuca steps up to the plate. Had a nice backside hit that looked to keep carrying up against the wall in left field. But a nice job by James Harris, able to track that one down back in the bottom of the second inning. Blue Crabs trailing 1-0 here as they were able to finally put a hit on the board back in the the bottom of the fourth inning. Came off the bat of Zach Collier. First pitch to DeLuca is going to be high and outside for ball one. DeLuca, a guy we've talked about, a good guy to have in that designated hitter spot when he's not catching. As you see him rope one into right center field. And Joe DeLuca's thinking too, and he's going to take off for it. And he's going to slide in there for a leadoff double to start off the bottom of the fifth inning.
Big time double for Joe DeLuca. His fifth double in the last 10 games he's played in.
As we were saying before that hit, he's recently solidified himself as that designated hitter guy, but he's not behind the plate catching. Nice to have him and Jake Marshall interchangeable there behind the plate. As that's going to bring up the shortstop of Michael Baca, who as well has solidified himself in that starting shortstop spot. Baca, a good guy to have in any part of your lineup. As you said earlier, it's nice to have a guy that can hit the ball really well in that 9 spot to use as your second leadoff guy. As here he is in the 8 spot with Jake Marshall waiting on deck.
In fact, in my opinion, the reason the Blue Crabs got off to such an incredible start to their road trip was because DeLuca and Baca were in the 7 and 8 spots. Those two combined for 2 home runs and 12 RBIs in 3 games against the Gastonia Honey Hunters in a series sweep.
And a big series sweep for them as Baca fouls that one off to the backstop behind the plate. Count runs even at 1 apiece.
Baca has been a fantastic addition to Southern Maryland. Entered play today with a .305 batting average, and for a shortstop, a .458 slugging percentage is pretty darn good as well.
There's the 1-1 pitch from Baca. Breaking ball, breaks a little too far outside. Count runs at 2-1.
Baca in his 4th season of professional baseball, his first with the Blue Crabs and his 2nd in the Atlantic League. Has fared pretty well against the Revs this year. Entering play was 7 for 22 against York in 7 games.
Welch gets the sign from his catcher, Castro. Comes the 2-1 pitch. Fastball low and outside. That's going to be in the dirt. Count runs at 3-1.
So just like his counterpart, Sam Burton, this probably the most difficult situation Welch has faced to this point in the game, although it's not as difficult, I would say. Burton had runners on the corners with none out.
Able to walk away with that with just 1 run across as Baca lifts this one into shallow right field. The right fielder's going to call him off on it. A nice job by Encarnacion. Coming in, calling off Jack Hanley at second base for the first out of the inning. It brings up the catcher, Jake Marshall, who reached on a fielder's choice back in the bottom of the 3rd inning. An inning where we saw 3 fielder's choices for 3 outs. As a base hit from Marshall, sure to bring in DeLuca from second base. First pitch from Welch, going to stay inside the fastball. Castro didn't like the call behind the plate. He's going to miss the strike zone for ball 1.
I got a fun little tidbit for you after this pitch, Stevie.
All right. The 1-0 pitch. Big swing from Marshall as he fouls that one off the mask of Castro behind the plate.
I think the catcher, Carlos Castro, A, can't find the ball, but B, didn't know it was a foul ball. But my little tidbit is, you know, we talk on social media Saturday about pop culture references, but I'm going to bring it way back right now.
Okay.
Do you know in the olden days, like really early on, the first ever radio broadcasts of baseball, without crowd mics, how did they make crowd noise? Does that make sense? Of course, in those days there was no TV, so it was just radio. So they had to supplement the noises of the crack of the bat and things of that nature with something. So what they would do is on the table in front of them, they would have all sorts of elements, like a cowbell to simulate crowd noise, or even a spoon, like a wooden spoon to hit the table with to simulate the crack of the bat.
I couldn't imagine being around that time where you had to use that many utensils just to simulate the crowd. As Jake Marshall grounds over to the second baseman, moves DeLuca over to third, now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
So we've come a long ways. And the Blue Crabs have come a long way in this season. These last 10 or 11 games, I should say, have been all about the comebacks. They've mounted
deficits much more than they face right now.
The lineup will turn over here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th as Matt Hibbert comes up to the plate. A big swing on the first pitch as he grounds that one over to the Blue Crabs bullpen.
You know, Welch and Burton, we mentioned it earlier, but two guys you wouldn't have expected to toss near shutouts on either side, but both have been fantastic to this point.
Second pitch to Hibbert, fastball, overextension there from Welch.
Something to watch out for as well is Jake Welch in 4 starts entering play had tossed 9 wild pitches, so something that should be in the back of your mind with a runner on third.
Of course, always prepared for that wild pitch. Is that one once again, fastball low and outside. Good reaction time by Castro, able to stab at that one. Hibbert now ahead in the count, 2 balls, 1 strike. As a base hit here, trying to bring DeLuca home from third. The 2-1 pitch. A big swing as this one's lifted into middle right field. Encarnacion just jogs up, able to make the play for the 3rd out. As the Blue Crabs strain a runner on third as we head into the top of the 6th inning here. Please stay tuned to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, and we'll be right back.
This is Mills Perez, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hey, Blue Crabs fans, make sure to visit the All-American Steakhouse and Sports Theater at 35 St. Patrick's Drive, right here in Waldorf, for some great food with great friends. Their steaks are fresh, hand-cut, in-house daily, as well as many other fresh seafood, chicken, and beef options. They offer outdoor and indoor dining, available each and every day, along with the same great menu to go if you would like. Please visit them online at www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. That's www.theallamericansteakhouse.com. You can also visit them on Facebook or Instagram. They have daily specials that you just can't pass up. Thank you, Blue Crabs fans. All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Ron Lord, the tie-dye guy, leading the Blue Crabs fans in a rendition of Happy Birthday to celebrate a couple fan birthdays in the crowd today. Now the third baseman, John Sanzone, is going to come to the plate. First pitch swinging for him as he fouls that one back behind us here in the bayonet press box. Revs still holding a 1-0 lead here as we enter the top of the 6th inning. Sam Burton still on the mound for the Blue Crabs. As we talked about, neither one of these pitchers were really expected to throw these near shutout gems. They've both done a great job so far. Second pitch from Burton, low and outside. Nice job by Marshall, able to get over there and block that ball. Count even at 1 apiece. Sanzone reached on a walk back at the top of the 2nd inning. As that one gets fouled back. Sounded like it hit the roof in front of one of the suites. Right to the right of us here in the press box. Count 1-2 on him. was the 1-2 pitch. Way inside, able to get out of the way of it. Count is even at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We talked to each other in between innings, a big addition to the home run derby. You want to say who it was?
My man Trey Mancini going to be in the home run derby representing the Orioles as Sam Burton strikes out the first batter of the inning. There's 1 out now in the top of the 6th inning. But Trey Mancini, that's been a fun story to watch the past year and a half or so. As we know, he had cancer, able to battle back, come back, and he's been on a tear since entering the MLB again.
You know, my favorite thing about sports is the feel-good nature and the incredible things that a silly game like baseball. I mean, at the end of the day, don't get me wrong, baseball has literally been my entire life, but you're just throwing a ball and hitting it. But when a guy has cancer and has an incredible comeback, those are the things that make sports way more than just a game.
You know, it was awesome to see, of course, heartbreaking. Mancini, honestly, has solidified himself as my favorite player on the Orioles, even before, the illness came out with all of that. But it was heartbreaking to see him go through all of that, but it's even better to watch him just absolutely tearing it up. I'm very excited to see him in the home run derby. There's now 3-1 count here to the right fielder, Encarnacion. That was the 5th pitch. Breaking ball misses the inner half of that strike zone. Now after a leadoff strikeout, the Revs have a runner on here with 1 out in the top of the 6th inning.
Here's your trivia question. Who was the last Oriole to participate in the home run derby?
Oh, no, I feel like I should know this. Because I don't think Chris Davis ever did.
He didn't.
It would have had to have been so long ago then.
2016.
Really?
And it wasn't Manny Machado.
It was Adam Jones, wasn't it?
It wasn't. He was
wasn't
2014.
Oh, 2014.
It was Mark Trumbo in 2016.
Oh, I forget about Mark Trumbo sometimes. A pickoff move over to first. The Blue Crab fans thought it was going to be an out. We didn't have a fantastic look over it.
And I beg your pardon, Chris Davis did once participate, but that was in 2013.
Oh.
So, didn't have anybody in it from 2006 to 2012, but in 2013, 14, 15, and 16, they had a participant.
Now, as we know, the Orioles, not a very good team, but as we've said before.
You said it, not me.
No, I mean, everyone knows it.
That's
We're
true.
not good. We have guys breaking records, like Chris Davis.
That's true.
What was that, the longest streak without a hit?
It was. If it wasn't it was close.
It was very bad. But give us a couple years. I see us towards the top soon.
See,
I wouldn't say soon.
I think you're faltering from an opinion that you stated on this broadcast a couple of weeks ago.
What? And a steal attempt to second base and a good throw from Marshall behind the plate. But Encarnacion able to get in there with a stolen base. Doesn't look like that pitch was a strike. Count's going to run full now to Tyler Hill, the first baseman. But please, enlighten me. What comment am I faltering?
You said in 2025 you'll be on Utah Street celebrating a World Series.
That's still the plan. That's still the plan.
Okay. Well, that's soon. 4 years is relatively soon, I would say.
Agreed. It's still the plan to my knowledge.
Fair.
At this point.
Hey, well, I can't fault you for that. I will say that, you can't not like the Orioles, but B, they have a pretty darn good farm system. You got to give them that.
We have, I believe, the best farm system in all of baseball at the moment, but at the same time, 2025 is close, but it is 4 years away. Who knows? All those guys could be gone by then.
I don't know why you would even say that as an Orioles fan.
I say that because I'm an Orioles fan and I'm used to it.
That's fair. Look at Kevin Gossman. We were just talking about him.
Stop bringing up Kevin Gossman, please. 2-2 the count now to the first baseman, Tyler Hill. Excuse my mishap earlier. I thought he had a full count on him. The electronic scoreboard I took a look at was a little delayed. It's count even, 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. breaking ball low and outside of the zone in the dirt. Nice job by Marshall once again. Able to get over and block that ball. As now there's a full count to the first baseman. Seen that a lot so far this game. A handful of Revolution's batters able to draw out full count at bats. There's a big lead on second base, and he's going to take off for third. And Marshall has no time as a huge secondary from Encarnacion. And great timing on his part as he's able to easily take third base.
You know, and Encarnacion has showed us why he reached AAA for the first time in his career, literally within the last month in the Orioles organization. He's a guy that is really good defensively, has good power, certainly good speed we just saw. So a guy with a ton of tools, maybe a guy the Orioles shouldn't have let go of, kind of per our conversation a few moments ago.
Now you see what I deal with.
Yeah, I do.
First pitch in there for Walner Espinal. Looked like that one missed low and away for a ball. Second pitch right down the middle. That one's called strike one. Now, as we talked about, just coming into the sixth inning, just 3 strikeouts for Sam Burton so far in the game, and now he has 2 alone this inning. The big swing as that one's back up the middle. Nice play by Baca over at short to make the play and the throw to first for the out. As the Blue Crabs get out of another jam here, as there was a runner on third base with just 2 outs. As we head into the bottom of the 6th inning, it's going to be Blackstone, Collier, and Harris leading it off for the Blue Crabs. We'll be back here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
This is Will Decker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Kent Blackstone, the second baseman, going to lead it off here for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 6th inning. This is the first pitch from Jake Welch, still on the mound here for the Revs as he's thrown a good game so far. First pitch high and outside for ball 1. Blue Crabs able to put a couple of hits on the board the last couple innings after going 3 hitless innings. And a big swing from Blackstone. Count now even at 1 apiece. Revs still winning 1-0 here. Off of the run coming off the fielder's choice back in the 5th inning. And the 1-1 pitch from Welch. Ripped down the right field line, but just a half a second too early, and Blackstone knew it right away. That ball is fouled down the line and right. Count now runs 1-2. Blackstone's a guy we've seen move around this lineup. Started in the leadoff spot. And after a few weeks, moved down to the 8 and 9 hole there with Michael Baca, as we now see him back in the second role in this lineup. That was the 1-2 pitch from Welch. That one's driven to left field. Harris doesn't have very far to go as he's camped under that one for the first out of the inning. This field is very deceivable. As off the bat, a lot of these swings to the left side look like they can maybe sneak over that wall in left field. As we said earlier, a lot of wind coming in from center field back towards home plate. That ball got just high enough and got stuck up there in the wind. Someone warming up in the Blue Crabs bullpen will be able to get you a number and a name sometime soon. A little hard to see here from this angle. As Zach Collier steps in the plate, take that first pitch inside for ball 1. Collier was able to get that first hit across for the Blue Crabs back in the bottom of the 4th inning. The second pitch to Collier looked to run a little bit inside as well. I believe the count is now 2-0. And the 2-0 pitch to the center fielder. Another one low and inside. Collier jumps out of the way of it. 3-0 count to the speedy center fielder. This would be a good time for the Blue Crabs to get one of their faster players on the base pass as they look to tie this game up here late. And another pitch low and inside. Collier's got to jump out of the way of it. He will take a 4-pitch walk as now the Blue Crabs have a runner on with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
And it looked like Carlos Castro was clearly in some pain there as it hit him in the ankle. Suddenly he realized, wait, I need to get over this pain and go find the ball, because what if Collier is running to second? He was not, but
you know, that is a play you don't see a lot in baseball, but also we've seen it a couple times. You know, if you're fast enough, you see the catcher not paying attention on a walk, you can go ahead and try to take second base. That brings up David Harris, who grounded into the first double play that Jake Welch was able to come up with so far this season, back in the 4th inning. As Harris just 0 for 1 on the day, as we said, with that double play, and then walked back in the 2nd. A pickoff move to first, Collier back easy. So David Harris missed a couple games due to injury. Before we left for that homestand, had that big home run that landed on top of the clubhouse. As we talked about, him and McAdams seem to have that clutch factor for this Blue Crabs lineup here in the middle of the order.
Yeah, having Collier, Harris, McAdams, and Crosby, not to mention Baca coming shortly after them. Those are 5 of the hottest bats in the lineup right now.
It's always nice when more than half of your lineup is able to produce. Doesn't really matter where you put them in the lineup, they're going to make it happen. As Harris didn't like the call on that outside strike. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Still 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Zach Collier reached on a walk in the last at bat. It's David Harris looking at a 1-1 count. Big swing from Harris on an inside fastball. Fouls that one off behind the concourse as the count runs 1-2. Harris, another speedy guy for this Blue Crabs lineup. With the bat of Josh McAdams behind him, you want to see a little patience at the plate. As Collier was walked on 4 pitches, but Harris in a 1-2 hole. Another big swing from him sends that one down the right field line, but that one's going to be foul. One into the count now to the right fielder as he fouled that last pitch off to stay alive in the at-bat. Fouls another one off. Harris having a good at-bat here. After quickly getting him in a 1-2 hole, able to battle back. Josh McAdams waiting on deck. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Had a big fly out that sounded good off the bat. Back in the bottom of the second inning. The pickoff moved to first. Pitch was high and outside. Collier able to get back on the move. Count now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two into the count now to the right fielder. Well, it's another pickoff move to first. That is now his 16th pickoff move just of this game.
That's unbelievable.
As he is doing his best to keep these Blue Crabs runners honest, and it's doing a nice job. Big swing from Harris as that ball is blooped into center field. Collier wasn't sure if the ball was going to land or not.
I was surprised Collier didn't still go to third, although it was probably the right decision.
You know, as we said, Sanford, a guy that has a whole lot of speed out in center field, that kind of makes up for his lack of arm strength he has as a center fielder. You know, if I were Collier, the speed you have on those base paths, I would have tried to take third base.
Do you think this is the end of the road for Jake Welch, or do you think this is just a mound visit?
You know, I don't know, because we talked about it a couple times in this game. No one expected either one of these pitchers to really head this deep into the game and do this well. I think, you know, if you're Mark Mason, you might be just trying to stop the madness that might ensue if you try to keep him in this game. But I think at this point it just kind of looks like a settled down moment as he's just trying to get his pitcher out of this jam, as we have runners on first and second with 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning for Josh McAdams now coming to the plate.
Now Stan Clyburn's going to come out and have a word with the home plate umpire.
Not sure what about. Have you gotten any better at reading lips since the first inning, Andrew?
No.
Okay. Neither have I, so it's all right. But
you know, it's interesting to note that since Josh McAdams hit that walk-off home run and then the grand slam, now in 2 of his 4 plate appearances since, he's caused a mound visit from Mark Mason.
You know, that's always what you want as a pitcher. You want everyone doing everything they can to try to stop you at the plate.
Right.
And that seems to be the common theme here when Josh McAdams steps into the box.
That's got to be a confidence boost, too, for Josh McAdams. Anytime.
Huge confidence boost.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. McAdams, as we said, 1 and 2 on the day, had a base hit back in the 4th and had that deep fly ball to Darian Sanford in center field back in the 2nd. The first pitch fastball going to run a little inside on him. Count starts 0-1. Excuse me, 1-0.
And that makes McAdams 6 for 9 on the series so far. A really nice start to the series after a struggle earlier in the season.
A big swing as that one's ripped down the left field line. Collier's going to be able to stroll in easily. The Blue Crabs able to tie the game up at 1. As not paying attention is the second baseman. as that ball scoots away and Josh McAdams is up at third base. 2 runs scored on the base hit. It looked to be a little bit of miscommunication between the shortstop Espinal and the second baseman Jack Kenley. David Harris, I don't know if you guys caught that, but a nice base running move as soon as he came around third base, slowed up a little bit and then immediately took off for the plate to try to throw off that shortstop. Didn't immediately go, but as soon as he saw that ball bounce away from Jack Kenley, he was in there to score, as now the Blue Crabs have a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, and it was an interesting sequence, too. Of course, the left fielder, Harris, comes up, and you would have to assume that Harris is going to throw to third, but it looked like McAdams make that at the time. David Harris was going to make it to third easily, so he threw behind him to second base, which even threw off the shortstop. He fell onto the ground, and all of a sudden, nobody's at first to cover. Of course, the first baseman comes in, but he's the last line of defense in that double cut scenario.
Some good heads-up base running and a nice bat by Josh McAdams.
And he's now 7 for 10 in this series.
That ball's going to be lifted into shallow left field. Shortstop Espinal able to get back there and make the play. Harris sliding behind him just in case. As now there's 2 down in the inning. As Josh McAdams awaits still on third base.
And there is some action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Burton's night probably over. He's given Stan Clyburn more than he would have asked for. Easily Burton's best start of the season. 6 innings in line for the win now with these 2 runs at the bottom of the 6th.
You know, we said it once, we'll say it many times during this broadcast. No one expected either one of these pitchers to make it this long, and you really just have to tip your hat to them at this point. Both of them pitched a fantastic game. Assuming we've seen the end of Burton and potentially the end of Welch after this inning.
And DeLuca could put the nail in the coffin of Welch's evening with a base hit here.
First pitch to Joe DeLuca, grounded over to the first baseman Hill, as he's able to field that one after bobbling it once, able to step on first for the 3rd out of the inning. But not before Josh McAdams, the guy we talked about, has that clutch factor to him. And that 1-out hit brought 2 runs across to score. Now the Blue Crabs lead 2-1 to the bottom of the 6th inning. And we'll be back here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jordan Scott. You're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team. The realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs. Did you know that the Washington, D.C. metro area is the 5th most expensive place to live in the entire United States of America? Sometimes finding affordable housing in this area can feel impossible. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, look no further than the Villages of St. Charles by Ross Properties. You can visit them online at villagesatstcharles.com for more information today. Villages of St. Charles. They'll have you safe at home.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the final third of regulation we go here at Regency Furniture Stadium. A new ball game. Southern Maryland scoring their first 2 runs of the game back in the bottom of the 6th. And now Sam Burton in line for the win as he gives way to Blake Bivens, the newcomer into the game for Southern Maryland. Bivens wears number 38 on the back of his Revs Crabs jersey. Give you some numbers for the right-hander on the year. 0-0 with a 16.62 ERA. Last appeared 8 days ago at High Point. First pitch from Burton of the evening in there for strike number 1. The designated hitter, Andrew Dundon, up to bat. Second Blake Bivens pitch of the evening bounces away from the outstretched glove of Joe DeLuca. And already some action in the Blue Crabs pen just to keep things tight should anything come about. Dalton Geeky up and warming in Southern Maryland's pen. Bivens, fastball high and tight, ball 1. Bivens, a right-hander, drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays in the 4th round of the 2014 MLB June Amateur Draft. The 2-1 swung on and missed. In Bivens' last appearance, he pitched 2/3 of an inning at High Point, allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, both earned, no walks or strikeouts. The right-hander comes set, glove at the chest, the pitch, 2-2 pounded into the dirt. And we'll go after it again at 2-2. Bivens, most likely the youngest player in this league to have been drafted in the 4th round or better. He's only 25 years old. Bivens drafted out of high school. Chopper to the right side. Here comes Blackstone. An underhand long toss retires Dundon. 5 pitches gets the job done. Out number 1 recorded for Blake Bivens.
And a nice job by Bivens, able to get that 9-hole batter out. As Andrew Dundon able to reach base twice so far in this game. That brings up Darian Sanford once again. Now, aside from his speed, you don't really want anyone on the bases when he's on as well, because he's a contact threat too.
Incredibly, the Blue Crabs were able to roll 2 on Darian Sanford his last time up. He's 0 for 3 today.
And doesn't use that word incredibly lightly. It is, to use it again, incredibly hard to get Darian Sanford out on a double play, and that was just a fantastic turn at second by Kent Blackstone the last time out.
Well struck to the right side, but here comes David Harris catching for out number 2. Yeah, that was the first time this year that Darian Sanford has grounded into a double play. In fact, in 338 games over the last 4 seasons, he's only grounded into 14 double play balls.
At that point in my career, I think I would have grounded into at least 100.
Yeah, same.
That's a pretty fair assumption to make for both of us.
I'm honestly surprised that it's only 14. Next man up to the plate, the 2-hole hitter, James Harris, who waves over a curveball. Blake Bivens brought his best here this evening. A look around the Atlantic League. The Honey Hunters on top of the Ducks, 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th. The Lexington Legends leading the High Point Rockers 4-3. As strike 2 crosses.
Harris tried to checked that swing, went a little too far across as Bivens really taking control of the mound when he comes out here.
No balls, 2 strikes the count to James Harris. The pitch on its way. Fastball outside corner. Strike 3 looking. Blake Bivens. What a 7th inning for the right-hander. Would take you into the 7th inning stretch. Southern Maryland looking to add on some insurance runs on the other end of this break. You are listening to your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Caparese, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
There's nothing quite like when the Blue Crabs retire the side. And Wealth Management Partners, they're on your side for your retirement planning needs. It's never too early to start planning your retirement. Talk to the experienced financial advisors of Wealth Management Partners located right here in Waldorf. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Again, Wealth Management Partners. Call them today at 301-885-0955. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and has been since their inaugural season in 2008. Weiss Markets also presents one of the Blue Crabs' best and most famous promotions every single year. Kids can get in free to every single Blue Crabs game of every single year simply by wearing a jersey thanks to Weiss Markets. Weiss Markets can help you with all of your game day needs for a great price. Stop into your local Weiss today. Eat better, spend less. That's wise. Weiss Markets is a proud sponsor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs.
This is Sam Burton, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
A newcomer into the game, Brandon Fry, the left-hander. We saw him yesterday in the doubleheader. Fry's appearance means that we can put a wrap on both starters' ball games. We'll give you both final lines after this first pitch, which is coming in just a moment. To Michael Baca. On deck, Jake Lucci. Southern Maryland takes a 2-0 lead. The final line on Sam Burton. He's in line for the win. 6 innings pitched, 6 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, 1 run it was earned. Jake Welch, on the other hand, 6 innings. He's in line for the loss. 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 was earned. 3 walks, just 1 strikeout. Blake Bivens then came in, tossed an inning, no hits or runs, struck out 1. 1-0 on its way to Michael Baca, who watches outside as the count goes in his favor. 2 balls and no strikes. Now, Brandon Fry has some interesting facial hair. He's got a goatee that goes about 6 or 7 inches down, as well as a mullet. I don't know if it's a mullet, actually. I think it's maybe just long hair.
I was about to say, from here, it just looks like really long hair, which either way still looks great.
Now, you're a mullet guy, so maybe you can answer this question, but how would you know if it was a mullet or not if he has a hat on?
See, that's hard to tell. You know, it's kind of, you got to look at the hat.
Hard hit to the left side. Michael Baca will reach on a throwing error by the shortstop, Walner Espinal. His throw was a little offline. First baseman Tyler Hill was pulled off the base, and just like that, a leadoff runner on. As Jake Lucci was on deck, it looked like he was going to be the one hitting, but at the last moment, Will Decker is inserted as a pinch hitter. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Will Decker is going to try to bunt over Michael Baca, and I say that because I assume that's why Decker was put in instead of Lucci. He probably wants to save Lucci for later in the game, and I say that because you have to assume Lucci was his first option because he was the first guy out there. So Will Decker subbed into the game. Decker played in both games of the doubleheader yesterday. He went 1 for 3 in game 2. Also drove in a run. Decker started the season 0 for 21, but has truly turned things around since. Southern Maryland being out-hit by the Revs. York with half a dozen hits to the Blue Crabs 5, but Southern Maryland on top 2-1. The Revs with a trio of errors, the Blue Crabs with one of their own. Decker does show bunt, and it's beautifully pushed to the left side, but a nice adjustment by York third baseman John Sansone. It looked like that push bunt was going to squeeze by, but it actually ended up stabbing him in the back as he hit it so hard that it allowed a fielder's choice. That's the second time we've seen that tonight.
Yeah, you know, that bunt, it was a good idea to try to push that in between the shortstop and that third baseman, Sansone, as you said. But he pushed it right at him, and that bunt ended up turning into a decent ground ball that was able to get the lead runner out with.
You know, and interestingly, both times that somebody's tried to be bunted over, it's been Michael Baca on the base paths. He has really good speed, but both just unfortunately placed bunts as Matt Hibbert steps into the right-handed batter's box, watches strike number 1 called. Hibbert 0 for 3 tonight. His batting average still over 300 at 306. Decker stands at first as a sinker misses the strike zone to even the count at a ball and a strike.
You can see Castro behind the plate nodding his head at Fry as he thought that one was going to be a called strike. A good placement from the pitch, just missed the zone.
Decker a small lead over at first. The southpaw delivers his 2-0. Beg your pardon, it just may have been a called strike on that last pitch. So the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Healthy crowd here tonight at Regency Furniture Stadium. Fastball upstairs, the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A look around the MLB scores today. The Orioles lost 12-4 to the Blue Jays.
You didn't have to bring that one up.
Well, it was the first one I saw.
No, it wasn't. You went out of your way to make that statement.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been unbelievable this year.
You can't do anything about it when you're facing him at this point. He's just an absolute monster at the plate.
He had his league-leading 26th home run today. He's hitting .339 on the year. I mean, generally you'll take the league leader in RBIs and home runs without asking for much more, but he's also top 5 in the MLB in terms of batting average. He also leads the MLB in OPS, so basically doing everything, not to mention top 10 in the MLB in runs scored. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Matt Hibbert. Hibbert signed by the Blue Crabs back on June the 15th. A look over to first, the pitch. Fastball high and away to run the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Matt Hibbert, in his 10th season of professional baseball, his second in the Atlantic League, and his first with the Blue Crabs. He does have athletic genes. He has 2 uncles that played in the NFL. As he draws a 6-pitch walk, make that a 7-pitch walk. His uncle Terrence Porter played for the Chicago Bears. His uncle Robert Porter played for the New York Giants. And then he had yet another uncle that was drafted by the Kansas City Royals, Stephen Porter.
All around, very athletic family.
In fact, Hibbert himself played football in high school. He was all-region in baseball, all-state in football. He was a wide receiver. In his senior year, he caught 30 catches, 640 yards, and 5 touchdowns in high school, which is
insane to have.
That's a ton for high school. First pitch to Kent Blackstone, a sliding curveball that misses up top. 1-0 the count. So runners at first and second with 1 down. Southern Maryland had Michael Baca lead off this inning, reaching on an error, but when Will Decker tried to bunt him over to second, a fielder's choice made Decker and Baca just switch spots. Blackstone awaiting the 1-0. Fouls it into the dirt behind him. So far in this game, Blackstone finds himself still awaiting his first hit. He's 0 for 3. The batting average as we speak sitting at .237. The Blue Crabs have drawn 5 walks tonight. Make that 4 walks, have reached base 5 times via the hit. Yet another sliding curveball that Brandon Fry doesn't get the benefit of the doubt on. As the Charge chants roar on here at Regency Furniture Stadium. And the last thing you want to see if you're the Revs is Zach Collier awaiting on deck, but that's exactly what Stan Clyburn has orchestrated. 2-1. Goes with that slider again. This time he gets in the strike zone as the count evens. Take another look around the Atlantic League. The Legends are on top of the Rockers 8-3. The Honey Hunters on top of the Ducks 6-0. As Blackstone just staying alive, hits one over towards the Legends Club, and a beautiful catch by a young fan. Did you see that, Steve?
I did not. My view was blocked there, but I'll take your word for it. You know, we've seen a couple fans make some great catches so far this season.
He even came prepared with a glove, which you love to see. Blackstone swinging a miss on a yet another sliding curveball that had him off balance. That gives way to Zach Collier. Collier had a 10-game hit streak going into the second game of the doubleheader yesterday against this same Revolution team. He's picked that hit streak back up after reaching base twice in Game 2, but not getting a hit. Collier 1 for 2 with a run scored and a walk today. His batting average still over 300 at .308. First pitch, off speed, called strike, and it looks like Collier was waiting for that first strike to be called from Brandon Fry. Like I said, we did see Fry yesterday. The left-hander with a look back to second. The pitch, high and away, ball number 1. Give you the numbers for the Southpaw this season. Brandon Fry, 1-1 with a 2.30 ERA in 15 2/3 innings pitched. Last night, he went 1 inning, no hits, no runs, but a strikeout recorded. 1-1, chop to the right side, foul.
So Zach Collier dips behind in the count 1-2 with David Harris awaiting on deck. Alex Crosby make that Josh McAdams in the hole should we get there. Fry with a long wait before coming back to deliver this next pitch. As you can see, the flag still really coming straight in towards home plate. 1-2. Way high, way upstairs. As Carlos Castro basically walks the ball back to Brandon Fry.
As you saw Castro, that ball almost went over his head as well. I don't really think he expected it to work too well, but he tried to play it off like he missed it, went over his head, and that's always just something funny to see.
It's true. It's almost basically just a mental game.
He's just toying with Will Decker over there at second base.
So far in this series, the Blue Crabs have scored a total of 17 runs. Josh McAdams has 7 RBIs. He's an individual that has caught fire at the right time for Stan Clyburn. This is a Blue Crabs team that, as we've mentioned, has really turned things around of late. After starting the season 4-11, they went 7-2 in a 9-game road trip. They won their first 2 games back here at home. So how about 9-2 in their last 11, looking to make it 10-2. Fry, a look back to second, the 2-2. Curveball up the middle. It hits the glove of Brandon Fry and takes the glove right off of his hand. Stevie, I got to say, I've never seen that before.
That was a fantastic play by Brandon Fry, and you can see him right there shooing the athletic trainers and the coaches away. He's perfectly fine because of one of the quickest reactions I've ever seen to a line drive off the bat. Was able to get his glove in front of his face, which I'm pretty positive that's where that ball was heading to. And the ball was just hit so hard it took his glove off.
Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable, honestly, as Brandon Fry shows off his cat-like reactions, but in doing so, he'll put the cleanup batter up with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Southern Maryland on top 2-1 as David Harris steps into the right-handed batter's box. Fry in a difficult situation. Hard hit chopper foul to the left side. Starts us off here with Harris up at the plate. Fry, like we said, has been awfully good this season. Has allowed just 5 runs, 3 earned runs. He has allowed 2 home runs, though, so he's susceptible to the home run. Harris has had a couple of monumental home runs, both in distance and on impact on ball games. Count a ball and a strike to David Harris. Here comes Brandon Fry with his 1-1. Way inside, and it hit David Harris. A hit batsman brings in a Blue Crabs run. And Stevie, what happened last time Josh McAdams came up with the bases loaded?
If I do remember correctly, Andrew, I think he put a ball about 380 feet in the left center gap.
That's true, and we did kind of potentially jinx it last time he was up, but it didn't jinx it. I said, what if he hits a grand slam, and he did. I'm not even going to say it this time.
You just did.
No, I'm saying hypothetically.
Okay.
Yeah. Hypothetically, he has the opportunity to do so. So we'll go with that. Nonetheless, Southern Maryland on top 3-1. Again, McAdams with 7 RBIs already in this series as a curveball catches the strike zone. McAdams, 16 RBIs on the year, is 7 for 10 here in this series. Right up the middle, but beautifully played by the second baseman. Throws a little high, but no problem for Tyler Hill at first. Well positioned was the second baseman, Jack Kenley. If it wasn't for the pull shift, that probably would have been 2 more Blue Crabs runs. Nonetheless, a 3-1 lead. Southern Maryland strands 3 and puts Dalton Geekie on the mound when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Carlos Diaz, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Good. American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
Monkey.
This is Dario Pisano, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dalton Geekie onto the mound for the Blue Crabs as we take you into the top of the 8th inning of baseball. No runs were scored in the first 4 innings of this game, but the Revs put up 1 in the 5th. Southern Maryland responded with 2 in the 6th and another in the 7th. And that brings Dalton Geekie onto the mound looking for a hold. Backhanded play deep in the 5.5 hole. Michael Baca fires across the infield for a fantastic first pitch out.
It looked like Baca was nonchalantly trying to get to that ball, and Castro doesn't have the most speed in the world, but nice job by Baca realizing the time he had and being able to get that ball over there to first.
Giving you the numbers for Dalton Geekie on this 2021 season. The right-hander 0-0 with a 2.70 ERA. First pitch called strike to Jack Kenley, the cleanup hitter for the Revs. Is it fair to expect a Matt Latos sighting in the 9th inning?
I wouldn't put it past him. This is the key situation, keeping the Blue Crabs hold this 3-1 lead, where we definitely see Matt Latos coming in for that top of the 9th.
Geekie's last appearance was against this same Revolution squad. He went 1 1/3, striking out 1, no hits or runs. The right-hander on his way. Hard hit down the right field line, and that'll go down as a base hit, I'd have to assume. It took a
very obscure hop on the first baseman, Alex Crosby. It hit off the top of his shoulder blade, but bounced into the outfield. I would have to assume that goes down as a double, but we'll wait for the official score.
I would assume so as well. You know, that ball was absolutely ripped off the bat. I mean, it would have been tough for Crosby to make a play either way. That ball was hit very hard.
John Sansone, the next man up to the plate.
Sanzone still looking for his first hit in this contest. Reached base back at the top of the second inning with a walk, and has 2 strikeouts since then.
So Geeky with a runner on second. Changeup misses downstairs. The count of ball and no strikes. Geeky with basically a Craig Kimbrell-esque pre-pitch stretch. Bends the knees. A look back to second, a long one. The pitch. Fastball in there for a strike as the count evens at 1-1. A ball and a strike to count. Matt Latos is beginning to get somewhat warm down in the Blue Crabs bullpen, but it's Andres Briseño that's the one actually up and throwing. Latos does have his glove in his hand, and he's starting to stretch out a little bit, so you'd have to assume that maybe Briseño is up and throwing just in case he's needed here in this 8th, and then Latos would go for the 9th. Would that be your assumption?
I would assume so. I don't think Geeky is in too big of a hole at the moment. Yes, there is a runner on scoring position, but currently that run doesn't matter, as they're really just looking to get out of this still with a lead.
Geeky's pitch lined foul as the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A look around the Atlantic League here this evening. The Lancaster Barnstormers on top of the West Virginia Power, 8-5 in the bottom of the 6th. Gastonia still on top of the Ducks, 6-0. That game's in the bottom of the 7th, and the Lexington Legends ahead 10-3 on top of the High Point Rockers. 2-2 incoming from the right hand of Dalton Geeky. Well struck into the right center power alley. Back goes David Harris, no problem catching after about 10 feet back into his right. So with 2 down, a runner at third base. That brings up the right fielder, number 13, J.C. Encarnacion. Encarnacion to this point in the contest 0 for 2, but did reach on a walk. Fastball driven right back up the middle, off the glove of Dalton Geeky, who slides and is unable to get it over to first in time. A very, very good effort from Dalton Geeky. And for the second time here in this inning, there's been I wouldn't even say a play that should have been made, because I don't think that's the case. It's just a really hard-hit ball right at somebody that's bounced off of their body or glove for what, again, I assume will be a base hit, but we'll wait for the official score.
Yeah, it's another one of those ones where you're not really sure how to score that one. It could be a base hit. It could be an error, because it looked like Geeky had a chance to make that play, but just bounced too far off the glove.
Geeky's pitch on its way to Tyler Hill. So going back, that Jack Kenley hard hit ball to the right side was called a double, and then the Encarnacion hit up the middle right there was called a single. So the score 2-3. The Blue Crabs trailing make that leading the Revs. Here in the top of the 8th inning, pickoff move to first, not in time. Encarnacion has a stolen base in this game, so it makes sense for Geeky to try to keep him close and out of scoring position. Prior to that
Base hit right there by Encarnacion. The Revs were 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position here this evening. Geeky, a long set here before this pitch. Probably just trying to get Tyler Hill to call time, which he does. No balls and a strike the count. Joe DeLuca is going to have a conversation with his pitcher, Dalton Geeky. What exactly are you saying to him right here?
You know, we talked about it a little bit earlier. That runner on second, that run ends up not really mattering as you're still holding that one-run lead. But I think at this point, you have 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. You're just looking to get out of this.
Geeky, another pickoff move. Encarnacion was caught leaning towards second base, but was able to dive back in hands first. I think Geeky doing right to keep Encarnacion out of scoring position here in the bottom of the 8th, make that the top of the inning. Fastball high and tight evens the count at a ball and a strike. You know, Dalton Geeky is a guy that lights up the radar gun. He has hit 95 once in this game. That was on that Encarnacion single. Geeky's 1-1 incoming. Another high and tight fastball, a check down to first. No, he did not, says the first base umpire. So the count in favor of the man in the right-handed batter's box, Tyler Hill. Andres Briseño continues to warm down in that Blue Crabs bullpen. Top of the 8th, Blue Crabs on top of the Revs, 3-2, looking to take this series here in the 3rd of 4 games. Southern Maryland won both in a doubleheader yesterday. Fastball overpowers Tyler Hill to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reared back and fired did Dalton Geeky. And he'll try once more. 2-2, 2 down here in this top of the 8th. Runner goes on the pitch, doesn't matter. Joe DeLuca thought about firing down to second, then he was like, wait, never mind. Strike number 3. Dalton Geeky allows 1 in the inning, but Southern Maryland maintains the lead. As we take you into the bottom of the 8th inning, Southern Maryland is going to try to attempt to give a couple more insurance runs, if at all possible. They've scored in each of their last 2 innings. We'll give you that and much more when we return on the other end of this break on your home for Blue Crabs baseball, the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Jay Clucci, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Dyson Building Center is one of the oldest family-owned and operated hardware, lumber, and building supply stores in Southern Maryland. They are located in St. Mary's County on Route 5 in Great Mills. Dyson's has an expansive and diverse inventory to help you with all of your home improvement and project needs. Whether you're new to the world of DIY, a tried and true DIY professional, or somewhere in between, the friendly and experienced staff at Dyson Building Center is ready and willing to help you today. In February of 2020, Regency Furniture Stadium and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs were given what we view as an honor, being named the 4th mass vaccination site in the state of Maryland. Here's a message from Regency Furniture about the honor that it has been and still is to be one of Maryland's mass vaccination sites, getting our community back to safety.
During these times of uncertainty, it helps to know there are things we can control to help ourselves and others.
For me, it presents the hope that soon enough my friends and family will be together again.
Want want to take this moment to thank the Maryland National Guard for their support in helping to facilitate and manage the vaccinations here at the Regency Furniture Stadium. We just think it's so important for everyone to do their part, and we're just grateful for their support.
Thank you for some of your support, and we're just honored to be a part of the vaccination effort out here and to serve the community.
Marshall, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Into the bottom of the eighth we go right here at Regency Furniture Stadium. Andrew Banster alongside my broadcast partner, Stevie Bowen. A 3-2 Blue Crabs lead, either side with 5 hits. And, you know, this game quite reminiscent of Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader, Steve. Alex Crosby takes strike one on the outside corner to kick things off here in this bottom of the eighth inning. A new arm onto the mound for the York Revolution. It's a right-hander with a 5.11 ERA here in this 2021 campaign. Isaac Sanchez into the game for this York Revolution squad. He pitched against the Blue Crabs in each of his last 2 appearances. In his first appearance against Southern Maryland, he went 2 innings and allowed 3 earned runs. In his most recent, it was just yesterday. The right-hander went 1 inning, no runs, and a strikeout. All told, as a member of the York Revolution this year in 7 appearances, Sanchez has an 8.22 ERA, but as a whole on the season, combined with his time with the High Point Rockers, he's got a 5.11 ERA with a 1-0 record. For Sanchez, the strikeout numbers are high, but so are the walk numbers, as are the hits. He averages more than 1 strikeout per inning, but on the contrary, he averages nearly 2 base runners allowed per inning. The count, a ball and a strike to Alex Crosby as Sanchez works out of an unorthodox windup. The right-hander on his way. Drilled right back up the middle. Alex Crosby, a chopper, and Sanchez tried to barehand it at the last moment.
I thought we were about to see the 3rd play made in 3 consecutive half innings, almost made by a pitcher there as he reached his hand up. But smartly done by him, bringing that hand down.
So now Alex Crosby, so far in the contest, finds his first base hit to extend his hit streak to a 12-game hit streak, the best by any Blue Crab to this point in the season. Joe DeLuca comes up to the plate. The designated hitter who has moved into the catching role after Jake Marshall came out of the game. 1 for 3 today. Marshall started as the catcher, DeLuca as the designated hitter, but once the starter was pulled from the game, DeLuca transitioned into a catching role. And of course, yet again, we see that double hook rule coming into play. Isaac Sanchez with 1 on and none down here in this bottom of the 8th. Southern Maryland on top 3-2. The Blue Crabs were held without a hit through the first 3 innings of this ball game, but they have 6 hits in their last 4 innings and some change. DeLuca takes low and away. Sanchez with a long lookout. A little hotter here tonight than it was last night, Steve, but still not unmanageable.
Been a light breeze coming in throughout the night, but the humidity seems to be up here.
It does. It's a little bit muggy outside, but you know, not as hot as it was last week. Easy for us to say up here in the air conditioning, but When the sun sets here in Waldorf, it really cools down a lot. During the daytime, especially in our last homestand, it was almost unbearably hot. Strike 3 called after a long pause from the home plate umpire. As Joe DeLuca is set down on strikes, giving way to Michael Baca. Baca 0 for 2 tonight. He has drawn a walk. The right-handed hitting shortstop in his 4th season of professional baseball. So far in the homestand, 1 for 7 and has drawn 4 walks. You know, the sign of a really good hitter is somebody who, when they're unable to reach base via the hit, somebody that finds ways on base in any other possibility. And it is interesting to note that Latos is not up and throwing in the Blue Crabs bullpen as Isaac Sanchez hits Michael Baca to put runners on first and second for Jake Lucci. You know, we saw Jake Lucci coming out to potentially pinch hit earlier, but was pulled for Will Decker, who attempted to put Michael Baca over to second base with a bunt. It was one of 2 times in this game where the Blue Crabs tried that, but bunted a little bit too strong, and there was a fielder's choice to second. So we mentioned that Matt Latos is not throwing in the Blue Crabs bullpen, but Dalton Geeke's night is definitely over, Steve.
About to say, now that Lucci is in the game, we won't see Geeky out there. Maybe Latos just thinks he's ready to go in whenever. But we'll just have to see what happens.
It very well could be that Latos had already thrown and we just missed it. We did see him stretching earlier. Runners at first and second with 1 down. Blue Crabs up 1 here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch to Jake Lucci. In there for strike number 1. Bottom of the 8th inning. Lucci watches ball number 1 miss down low. Southern Maryland, 1 error, 6 hits, 3 runs. The Revs, 2 errors, 5 hits, 2 runs. Sanchez steps off, recollects his thoughts with his catcher, Carlos Castro. Lucci batting in the 9th spot, so Matt Hibbert, the leadoff man, awaits on deck. 1-1, way high, way inside. And Jake Lucci, who wears number 11 on the back of his jersey, steps back into his left-handed batter's box, works himself ahead of the count. Lucci began the season finding himself in a supplementary role. For about a week was in the starting lineup every day as he swings through a fastball to even the count at 2 balls and as many strikes. You know, we mentioned that the Revs have struggled with runners in scoring position, but to be fair, the Blue Crabs have 2. York is 2 for 13 with runners in scoring position. The Blue Crabs 2 for 10. Both teams have left 8 runners on base. 0-1 for Jake Lucci. Make that, I beg your pardon, 2-2 to Jake Lucci. Big time curveball swung on and missed to flip the lineup back on top. Matt Hibbert on his way with 2 on and 2 down. It would be monumental to add some insurance runs if you're Southern Maryland.
Especially with a team that is known to hit the ball, this York Revolution lineup, and they still have a chance in the top of the 9th.
Sanchez allowed 2 on with only 1 down. Gets a much-needed strikeout to a pinch-hitting Jake Lucci as Matt Hibbert swings and misses on his first pitch here in this bottom of the 8th. Hibbert 0 for 3 today. He did reach base on a walk. The batting average sitting at .306 for the right-handed hitting left fielder. Didn't start in either of the games of the doubleheader yesterday, but has started in every other game since being signed back on June 15th. The count evens at a ball and a strike to Matt Hibbert. Hibbert in his 10th season of professional baseball is 4 for 13 against the York Revolution this season, here in his 4th game against the Revs. Something to note is the third baseman, John Sansone, is really hugging that third base chalk, as is the shortstop, Espinal. A lot of room up the middle. Fastball misses upstairs, putting Hibbert ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike, and Isaac Sanchez has struggled to find the strike zone at times in this inning, but has worked back pretty well. He's struck out 2 batters to get his 2 outs so far here in this bottom of the 8th. The right-hander pitching in the 2nd night in a row. This is 3rd appearance in a row against the Blue Crabs. 2-1 curveball swung on and missed.
That's 2 curveballs now from Sanchez that Hibbert's just been way out in front on, unable to locate it and stay back and try to drive it.
Isaac Sanchez, the right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 190 pounds, out of the Bronx, New York. Reached as high as the AA level and last played for the High Point Rockers. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, and 2 on. Sanchez offers up a curveball that bounces 59 feet, and that runs the count full, so you have to imagine Crosby at second and Baca at first will get a head start. Anything in the gap likely scores 2 with Baca's speed over at first.
And even with Crosby's speed over at second base, I think anything in the grass when he's going on this pitch will bring him in to score.
The Blue Crabs do have 1 2-out RBI today. That came off the bat of David Harris. Full count, runners will go on the pitch. There they go. Fastball fouled back into the screen, and we'll do it all again. Should we get there, Kent Blackstone awaits on deck, and the whole Zach Collier. After losing his 10-game hit streak in Game 2 of the doubleheader yesterday, Collier 2 for 3 with a run scored and a walk drawn today. Sanchez hasn't had an easy go of it. The Blue Crabs have really made him work for every single pitch, and Matt Hibbert looking to make the most of an opportunity here in this bottom of the 8th. Sanchez once more with the payoff pitch. Drilled right back up the middle. A dive by the shortstop, but it gets past the outstretched glove as it bounces away. Alex Crosby strolls home to put Southern Maryland up 4-2 with a much-needed insurance run.
We also almost saw a web gem play there by Warner Espinal. That ball looked to be bouncing, almost got up the middle. He had to slide for it and almost bounced over his head as he was able to just get a glove on it. But as we said earlier, Crosby and Baca moving on that 3-2 pitch. Anything in the grass to be sure to score him, and that's exactly what happened.
Kent Blackstone now comes up to the plate. He's 0 for 4 today. You know, it's interesting to note that there was no action, or it appeared as though nobody was in line
to come into the game that we were aware of, but the second that run scored, Andres Briseño started throwing in the bullpen. Maybe it was that Briseño was slated to come into the game and now he needs a little bit more time to warm up now that it's been a little bit more time, but
that was my thought process earlier as well. Once we realized that Lato sat down, we saw Briseño warming up last inning. I figured he was just ready to go in. But now that the Blue Crabs have extended this inning, as they do again right there, and that ball going back to the backstop, Briseño needs a little more time to get ready in the bullpen.
A wild pitch puts two runners in scoring position. Southern Maryland on top 4-2. As we look around the Atlantic League here this evening, of course, all eyes on the Long Island Ducks game in which they trail 6-0 in the bottom of the eighth. Should Southern Maryland hold their lead, and should Gastonia hold their lead over Long Island, the Blue Crabs would take sole possession of first place for the first time since the 2018 season. Blackstone in the left-handed batter's box, two in scoring position for the second baseman. A curveball swung on and missed as he falls behind at a ball and two strikes. Couple of strong starting performances from Jake Welch and Sam Burton when they exited the game after 6 innings. The score was 2-1. Southern Maryland has outscored the Revs 2-1 since, giving the Blue Crabs a 4-2 lead. Sanchez on his way with the 1-2 inside to knock things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Lexington Legends on top of the High Point Wreckers in the top of the 9th in Lexington, leading 10-3. The Lancaster Barnstormers on top of the West Virginia Power 8-5 in the top of the 8th in Lancaster. 2-2 on its way. Blackstone swings on and misses, flips the bat into the air and leaves 2 stranded in scoring position. Andres Briseño is who we expect to come into this game. On the other end of this break, Southern Maryland on the brink of yet another series win when we return on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com. The Charles County Department of Health encourages you to get the COVID-19 vaccination today. You can get it all over Southern Maryland or no matter where you are across the United States. Vaccinations are offered right here at Regency Furniture Stadium with no appointment needed. Charles County Department of Health and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs urge you to take one for the team and get the vaccine.
Monkey.
This is Andres Viceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Andres Briseño welcomes himself into this bottom, make that top of the ninth inning. Southern Maryland protecting a 4-2 lead and send out the 6'5 right-hander to try to send Southern Maryland home with their fourth straight series win. The Blue Crabs won 2 out of 3 in York prior to coming back to Regency Furniture Stadium. Won both games of a doubleheader yesterday. And with the Long Island Ducks trailing 6-0 in the bottom of the 8th, the Blue Crabs are currently in line to take over first place in the Atlantic League North Division as strike number 1 crosses to the first York Revolution batter of this top of the ninth inning, number 12, Walner Espinal. Briseño with his 0-1 misses outside to even the count of the ball and a strike. Espinal entered play as a 172 hitter on the season. So far today, the right-hander hits 1 for 3 with the double and a run scored as he fans on a fastball, putting Briseño ahead in the count. Espinal playing shortstop for the first time in the series. Spent his first 3 seasons of professional baseball in the Miami Marlins organization as the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Played in the Dominican Summer League in 2017, the GCL in 2018. Back in 2020, he played independent ball for the Joliet Slammers. Curveball gets away from Briseño to run the count full at 3-2. Andres has been fantastic this season. A very reliable option out of the bullpen for Darrell Thompson and Stan Clyburn. As Espinal stays alive, fouling one back into the netting to keep us at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Each of Andres Briseño's last 3 appearances have been against this York Revolution team. He did appear yesterday. He went 1 2/3, no hits, no runs, walked 1, struck out 3. Fastball chasing it as Espinal, out number 1 here in this top of the ninth inning.
Nice job by Briseño there, really pushing that fastball right on that outer half of the strike zone, forcing Espinal to reach for it. Way to get that first out of the inning.
That gives way to a pinch hitter, Lennon Rodriguez. Rodriguez got the start at the catcher spot yesterday and gets his first at bat here today. The 6'5" right-hander Andres Briseño comes set, glove at the chest. First pitch, just a touch high to put Rodriguez ahead in the count, 1-0. You may recall that Briseño actually got a chance to hit yesterday. After a little bit of research, come to find out it was his first time ever hitting as a professional baseball player.
And a pretty solid at-bat from him. Was able to draw the walk and eventually made it around to third base.
Briseño spent a decade in the Detroit Tigers organization, so it's not as though he's a newcomer to the professional ranks. Fastball misses outside and gets past the glove of Joe DeLuca. The count, 2 balls, no strikes. I beg your pardon, 3 balls, no strikes. The count to the pinch hitting Lennon Rodriguez. He's in the 9 spot in the lineup. Waiting on deck, Darian Sanford. 3-0. Looked to be strike number 1 of the at-bat, but nothing brewing as Stan Clyburn has seen enough.
Now, generally, when Stan Clyburn is the one that comes out to talk with his pitcher, that's the end of the road.
But given the situation here, we haven't seen anyone warming up in the bullpen. I think Stan Clyburn is just going to tell him, hey, let's just get out of this game.
What are you telling Briseño if you're Stan Clyburn?
I think you really just have to reassure Briseño. He's been one of the main relief guys for this Blue Crabs lineup that has come in and given consistent, solid innings so far. You know, he's given up one walk and already has one out in the inning. I think he's just giving him, you know, a little extra time to try to calm himself before facing this next batter.
A 4-pitch walk to the 9-hole. A pinch hitter, Lennon Rodriguez, flips the lineup back on top. Here comes Darian Sanford, who's 0 for 4 today. A 4-2 Blue Crabs lead here in the top of the 9th with Andres Briseño on the mound. Still no action in the Blue Crabs pen, giving full faith to Briseño, which he has earned with a 1.5 ERA on the season. Fastball in there, strike one. Sanford, again, has yet to reach base here this evening. As Briseño takes a check over to first. Not a ton of speed for Lennon Rodriguez over there at first. Passable, but as a catcher, you're never going to have fantastic speed as the foul ball goes into the stands to a crowd that has not died down here in this 9th inning. Briseño ahead of Darian Sanford, no balls, 2 strikes. All the scoring in this game has come in the 5th inning and later. 0-2 hit high in the sky to right center field. Zach Collier drifts over, comes on and catches out number 2. Southern Maryland now an out away from a couple of potential milestones, Stevie, as James Harris comes up to the plate. The Long Island Ducks are trailing 9-0 to the Gastonia Honey Hunters. So not only could the Blue Crabs get into first place for the first time this season, but additionally they could be over 500 for the first time this season. A win would bring the record to a 14-13 record as we turn the audio over to the crowd. A Let's Go Blue Crabs chant fills the airwaves here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network as Andres Briseño looks to put a pin in this ball game. The right-hander comes set. The pitch to James Harris. Fastball. Called strike. Harris agrees, and the count evens at a ball and a strike.
You know, this electronic strike zone can be really tricky at times. That first pitch from Briseño looked to be even better than the second one. As you know, now it's a 1-1 count.
Briseño will look over to first. The pitch. A cutter, called strike number 2. The York Revolution are down to their final strike here in this top of the 9th inning at Regency Furniture Stadium. Cutter, nearly strike 3. The crowd electric here this evening, but they'll have to wait at least a little longer. 2-2 the count. Briseño with the 2-2. Cutter, called strike 3. Your Southern Maryland Blue Crabs pick up a 4-2 victory and are over 500 for the first time in this season. How about it, Stevie? They've gone 10-2 in their last 12 games, and the Blue Crabs have a very good shot, barring a 10-run 9th inning for the Long Island Ducks, from taking over first place in the Atlantic League North Division.
I mean, you said it there. A lot of excitement surrounding this press box at the moment. It's just like you said, the Ducks need 10 runs here in the ninth for the Blue Crabs to not take first place, but this big series win is exactly what the Blue Crabs needed to come back after that impressive road stretch.
To your point, it's the fourth straight series win for the Blue Crabs after not winning any of their first four series. A 14-13 record as we take a short break before signing off on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting. Mommy. Go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing this Fritz. I like the scribble. Daddy. I like to build Legos at home. I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're...
Welcome back inside Regency Furniture Stadium, an electric atmosphere as the Blue Crabs take the series win over the York Revolution with a 4-2 victory here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network, going over 500 for the first time in the game. And while I plan to stay on with you talking about this for the next at least 5 or 6 minutes, I'm unable to because fireworks are about to fill the sky and ruin the airwaves here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. An incredible ball game. Southern Maryland wins 4-2. We will see you tomorrow. First pitch at 2:05 right here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.